Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, and joining me as always is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
And joining us a little bit later will be the absentee Kaiser Shonen, who had a work obligation and will be back in about half an hour, is what he told us. Though we'll see how that pans out. We don't plan to start the video without him. But you know, if we get half an hour in and he's nowhere to be found, we may just, for time's sake, have to start. The excluded Devimon, is that Devimon on your head?
Yeah, it's Devimon.
Nice.
All month I am doing spoopy Digimons.
Are you going to do big evil booba Digimon woman?
The
one
Which one?
It's the one that's becoming super popular because apparently she's in the new game.
Well, I mean, she was in Cyber Sleuth as well. I don't know why she's getting popular only now.
I think, if anything, it's an indication of how popular the new game has been. In that
is true.
Everything. Now, look, the Gooners have found the Digimon, all right? The Gooners have hit the digital world.
No!
They hit the Pentagon! They hit the Pentagon! That's where the digital world is stored. It's in the Pentagon. Robert Glendinning sent 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, and congratulations to everyone that got caught in that.
Yeah, congrats.
I thought that Lilithmon has always been popular. I don't know if it's Lilith. Is it Lilithmon that people are showing? I'm trying to remember now.
Yeah, it's Lilithmon.
I was gonna say there's a lot of Gooner Digimon.
There is, but surprisingly, the humanoid Digimon have not been as popular as the furry Digimon. For some reason, the furries have just always been very prominent in the Digimon space, but it's really weird because the furries and the non-furries don't mix all that much. So we kind of have two separate kind of Digimon fandoms.
Slow brewing has been the second great Digimon war. First it was the shippers. Now it is the furries and the Gooners.
Yeah. So, but Lilithmon has been around for a very long time. Like she first got really prominent in Digimon Fusion, Digimon Cross Wars, where she was a character in that for a while, and that was way back in 2010. That was around the time when she was a much newer Digimon. And then she appeared in the original Digimon story Cyber Sleuth. She was also in Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory. I actually don't know if she's in Survive. I would imagine that she might be. And then, of course, she's in Time Stranger. Like, she's been a fairly consistent Digimon ever since her first appearance.
Hey, Twy, do you think they'll ever see an X evolution of any Digimon in any of the games?
I would imagine so, because X evolution has been a thing for quite a while now. And fairly recently, within the last 8 or so years, we've been getting a lot of digital monster toys that are X evolution. So I would have to imagine at some point, if they want to keep things kind of fresh, to actually start doing some of their lore stuff outside of just the digital monster pets and actually put that into anime.
Yeah, and all they have to do is just have the Digimon break up with their significant others. It's what makes them ex-Digimon. That's how that works. But yeah, so we're gonna try and just fill space, gonna chill out here. It's a nice, relaxed day as we wait for Kaiser to appear and manifest himself. I should have readied the Mega Man X teleport sound effect. That would be great.
Do that.
But the I mean, there's not too much to cover. I'm going to probably just go off a little bit of ranting because I have been seeing more discussion on Silent Hill F, and the absolute giga brain takes out here of people saying it's not a Silent Hill game, and it's just it baffles me because everyone's like, oh yes, you shouldn't be able to do combat builds of some sort in a Silent Hill game. And
why?
I that's my question. Why? Like, if you're arguing that it deters the nature of the fear of the combat, you really can't get any significant builds up and running until your second playthrough, at which point you've seen almost all of the spooks. And any of the spooks you haven't seen are like hidden little caveats. They're not active dangers. So all the combat stays relatively the same, except for maybe like 1 or 2 jump scares. In which case, they're jump scares. You're gonna get spooked by them. You're gonna get startled. Like that's gonna happen. That's
Yeah, it's gonna happen regardless of how strong you are.
And this also is baffling to me because everyone's like, "Oh, it's a Souls-like," and I'm like, "Not really." Sure, it has stamina system. We talked about this last time. It has stamina. Great. That's a lot of Souls-like games have stamina. But you know what happens if you try to dodge roll multiple times in succession in a Souls-like game? Well, you dodge multiple times until your stamina runs out. Do you know what happens if you try to dodge multiple times in Silent Hill F? You dodge twice, and Hinako becomes, like, winded because she's exerting so much force and has to take time to recover regardless how much stamina she has.
And you know what other game has stamina that nobody calls a Souls-like? Legend of Zelda.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Like there are a lot of games out there that are not Souls-like that have stamina bars, that have stamina systems.
Oh,
hey,
Kaiser!
Oh, wow.
Yeah, things ended earlier than I thought it would. Let me get my RaiTuber up.
Excellent. All right, I will get.
All right, how's everyone doing?
Now cut off.
Don't worry.
Okay,
I planned for this.
Ranting. Okay. I guess you were gonna rant about something else before I got here. I guess.
Yep. I did not plan for this because I forgot we were not set up from last time. It was with damn it! I know nothing.
It's his fault.
It is his fault.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just ranting
More
about.
like I ruined everything. Am I right, guy?
I was just ranting about the current discourse going on around Silent Hill F and how there's still a lot of people holding out saying it's not a Silent Hill game. It's like it meets like several of the major criteria.
Yeah. Like whenever that happens, you just don't even. I won't say don't even bother because that's your job. But like, you know, what I mean, like. At a certain point, you have people who are like, "Oh, fucking Final Fantasy X isn't a Final Fantasy game because this, that, and the other." I don't remember the exact reason. You know what I mean? But it has the same energy as that. Or Mega Man Star Force isn't a Mega Man game because it's not a fucking
that's a great example because like even though I consider it like as quality as the other Silent Hill games. Silent Hill F is technically a spinoff. It's technically not a mainline game, even though it's kind of filling that slot for the fan base at current. So people are trying to like, how do you measure Mega Man games? Like freaking. I'm sorry if you're a major fan.
Mega Man game.
Yeah, if you're a major fan of the OG Mega Man games, do the X games not count as Mega Man games? Do the Zero games not count as Mega Man games? Do the cyberspace games or the Star Force games not count?
Do Legends count?
I would say the mainline Mega Man games for OG, and then there's the Mega Man like 1 to 6 for the GBA, and those are kind of spin-offs. That's where the Star Droids come from.
Right.
But like the question is like what are the elements that comprise the nature of the franchise, and where do you draw the line of what is and is not?
What makes a Mega Man? A miserable little pile of pixels.
Billy Donuts, good to see you.
Hey, good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Billy.
Critical Drinkers cry about Superman again. Everything that I'm hearing is that James Gunn is not sitting pretty in in Warner Brothers right now.
Oh.
Apparently,
Oh, really?
both Superman and Peacemaker season 2 have underperformed. And I mean, I know this is rumor, so I don't
Okay.
take it as rote, but I'm not hearing good news coming out of that. We'll just have to see where it goes.
Okay. Because I only hear that people, came away enjoying Superman a whole lot. I haven't seen it myself yet.
Yeah, but the unfortunate thing is, like, your personal enjoyment doesn't necessarily equal money for them. And that's the only thing that matters at the end of the day. Because they're
Sure.
not, like, as an industry, movie companies are not entertainers. They are profit makers. So
yeah.
you can have a very successful movie or TV show that everyone adores, but if it doesn't make money, it's going to get canceled, or the franchise or whatever they're building is going to flop.
Oh,
I totally understand. It just makes me curious how this one didn't meet that margin.
Well, it's because they spend so much fucking money on advertising now.
On a similar note, actually, but we can talk about, recently there was an interview with some of the people behind, Good Old Games, GOG.com. Wonderful website for anyone that doesn't know about them. But they talked about how it was GOG reaching out to Capcom that got them to put the first 3 Resident Evil games on GOG. And the response from Capcom, they were surprised that anyone would want to play those games, because why would you? The remakes are so much better. It was, like, I know we defended the Silent Hill 2 remake, but we are also very good proponents of, hey, make the original Silent Hill 2, if you're able, available online on all platforms possible. Like, make the originals available, and then make the remakes so everyone can have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
Because the original Resident Evil games are very unique experiences, and on top of that, like, while you can make arguments for the remakes of 1 and 2 being pretty good, although 2 has some significant flaws, Resident Evil 3's remake cut like half of the content in the game comparatively.
Ooh.
Yeah, I heard about that.
There were several major locations cut, several weapons that were either folded into each other or just replaced, several systems that were toned down, boss fights.
And there were certain like story beats that they outright changed, right?
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, they did it in order to cut out those areas, and that's where I take issue with it. I don't mind tweaking the formula, but definitely in the removal of several major elements, like the clock tower is gone, the park is gone, the dead factory.
Wait, we don't have regular show?
But yeah, it's just all. Wait, what's the purple number? What purple number? What?
The what?
Oh, are you talking about people in chat? Apparently YouTube ranks people's engagement now, so you're all being judged.
That's been a thing for like several months by now. I don't know if it's been slowly rolled out to people, but it's been a thing for me for like a couple of months.
Yugok says, fun fact, Critical Drinker
said
Peacemaker underperformed, quoting an article that said it just underperformed, no source. Yeah, apparently just that. I've been hearing that rumor myself. I know that Superman underperformed. I know, like, I don't have any ill will against it. I was very interested in it, but everyone was saying, oh, it's going to make $1 billion. And then it went down. Oh, it's going to make $800 million. Then it kept going down.
The Superman stocks are up.
And, yeah, it kept going down and down and down. And I think it capped up, as far as we know, around $600 million. Not thousand, Jesus Christ. No, $600 million, which, I mean, it sounds like a lot, but the budget for that film was huge. It sounds like it barely broke even by a lot of measures.
Yeah.
It underperformed in comparison to Batman v Superman.
Oh my God, that bad? Okay, holy shit.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of people are now they're very shy about superhero films, especially DC ones, because so many of them have been garbage. But also, 60% of a film's budget practically is now marketing.
I mean, that's always it. Like, the budget of the film that you hear publicly announced, always double it Always double it at
Mhm.
minimum to account for the marketing, if not more at this rate. Like, it has climbed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, Noel's awake.
Yeah, she saw the video that I posted about Silent Hill F, which, by the way, Max Durrott, the guy that I keep trying to get on here to talk about Silent Hill, and then I get ignored, and I get very sad because
betrayal.
Well, I don't think he's just. I think he's just really busy. He's like got 100,000 subscribers. Like he's up there.
Mhm.
So it's like I imagine I'm not going to get noticed, but I would love to.
No, he made you look like a fool, Raymond.
He made me look like a fool. I must go to war against all Simpsons people because that's what he's.
Okay, I did not. I did not know.
I love. He talks about. Yes. I do love having representation for me, a person of yellow. Yeah, that was one of his great defenses of Deus Ex Human Revolution. It's like, yes, I love the yellow filter. I feel represented. But no,
Good Lord. Okay.
He released a 15-minute video today, his first coverage of Silent Hill F, and it does a great job breaking down just a little bit of the occult influences that are present throughout the game and why they are significant. Like, it goes into the nature of reaching nirvana, the lightning bolt of clarity that nirvana is supposed to be, and like how that relates to. Like, one of the major elements of the game in order to get alternate endings is finding a sword at the base of a tree that has been struck by lightning. And in the presence, there are 5 Jizo statues there, which are, 5 Buddha statues. And he goes into all the symbolism there. It's really neat. Very much love his analysis on things. But yeah, highly recommend Max Durrott. Go check out that stuff. Kaiser.
Yeah.
What?
Started playing the video.
What?
I was twice.
I don't know why that did that. I didn't even like click on anything. Maybe it's because I was using the touchpad, I guess.
Oh shoot, I'm not even in there. I've just been like la di da.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. That's why I was like, try, get in here. Try.
Wait,
Yeah, no.
you-
Well, actually, I was gonna ask Noel if she wanted to come on briefly to talk about Silent Hill F, or if it was too sudden, because like it is very early in the morning for her right now.
I would recommend that
Okay.
we schedule it ahead of time so we can cover some interesting elements in more detail instead of just throwing her on and then trying to squeeze in this video after that.
Oh yeah. I just thought like well, we did have a couple of days to plan that, but it was only a couple of days. So
Someone asks if
Wait.
are we sure that the order isn't referenced in F? Fun fact: he goes into information on this. While the order itself isn't referenced, the Christian, with the Christians that first visited, or one of the major Christian missionary missions that visited Japan, are referenced, and in fact, they are the earliest instance of these Christian missionaries that are also mentioned very early in the lore of the town of Silent Hill back in America. So the presumption is that they may have brought the White Claudia over from Japan, though it's also noted not to be native to Japan either. So the flower that becomes such a heart of a major backstory elements in Silent Hill may have originated or been found in Japan, and we still don't know where it may have originated from. But like it's mentioned, and it's just really cool how they have these very small ties in. They're not trying to do what Resident Evil 8 did, where it says, "Oh yeah, by the way, Oswald E. Spencer, the guy that founded Umbrella, once went hiking in the woods in Europe and found this ancient castle where an evil obsessed like." A fungus witch lives, and she taught him stuff. Look, I love Resident Evil 8, but it's kind of a mess, and I was accepting of that backstory at first, but my God, it was
You were accepting of it at first?
because I was kind of in the
That
moment.
got you at first?
I was in the
Okay.
moment, and the way they delivered it, I was like, okay, it's just interesting little backstory stuff. But the more I thought about it, I'm like,
Right.
what the fuck?
Right.
But
yeah.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of Resident Evil, when you think about it, is what the fuck?
Yeah.
The way I equate this is that, like, Kingdom Hearts is the fantasy version of a convoluted lore. Metal Gear is the thriller
Even though it's not.
I said convoluted, not necessarily bad. Convoluted is
No.
what?
No, I would even argue that it's not convoluted. That's been a thing that I have been arguing against for a very long time now, and even Zero is starting to get in on it now that he knows the majority of the lore.
I mean, it's not. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say like the lore is convoluted. It's more so it's just not presented in a way that most Westerners would be used to.
In a straight line, spelled out for them.
I mean, kind of, but then
It's-
like Metal Gear would definitely probably be a bit more, at least from what I heard.
Well, absolutely, I think Metal Gear is more convoluted because they don't even have like. Well, I guess they kind of do have They have like psychic powers in Metal Gear.
I was about to say, isn't there a vampire in that, and that never gets explained?
Oh no, the vampire gets explained. The vampire is nanomachines. There's a lot that gets explained as nanomachines.
Okay.
But then there's also a lot that gets explained as like psychic, or I don't know what the fuck Fortune was. Fortune was just weird, man. She just couldn't get hit by bullets. But then I was gonna say Resident Evil is the horror convoluted series. Like I love all these series, and I see them all as sister series to each other in terms of you don't get the full picture from just one game, and it's all very much like you're going backwards and forwards and left and right during the series. Like every single installment is like a left turn in terms of like trying to follow things.
Well, I would think that that's a good thing because, like with video games and like movies and TV shows, would you want to experience the exact same thing over and over and over again? Like imagine watching a movie franchise, like a 10 movie franchise, and you're just watching the same thing over and over again. The characters reset at the end of the film. You restart the character dynamics over again. The plot is the exact same thing. Would you still be watching those movies after like the second one?
Well, absolutely. Like that must have been the argument, like going back to our start of this conversation, Silent Hill F and people bitching about the combat. It's like, do you want them not to try to innovate? Do you want them to just stay with the exact same gameplay mechanics, even though by the third one, people were getting tired of it, and the fourth one started to experiment. That was still made by Team Silent, so it's like the purest you can get of any of the development teams.
Yeah, and even then, as it's demonstrated before, it's a spin-off anyway. So why does that matter?
Yeah, and like. I'm still really sad that person kind of gave up on conversing with us from the last stream.
Oh yeah,
that person who was arguing all of those things. That person who said like, "Oh, it's not a real Silent Hill game. The combat is
Mass
terrible."
Hysteria. That's what they were called. Mass Hysteria.
Yeah. That person. When I asked them the very straightforward question, do you think that games should be allowed to grow and expand from what they originally were? Their answer was no. They should not be allowed.
I mean, at that point, like, there's not much more conversation you can have. You know what I mean? Like, that's just a fundamental difference. Like, that is as fundamental as it gets.
Yeah, well, like, the thing that I was very surprised about was that they brought up Legend of Zelda as being an example of a very classic game along with Mario.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
me and Ty were both in fucking bafflement. It's like that is the worst example you could have possibly chosen.
Oh wait, okay, that guy was a troll. I'm gonna be.
Well,
honest.
I was gonna say most people who are fans of Synthetic Man seem to just be trolls who don't want to listen. Like I just got a comment. If I can, I just got a comment like an hour or two ago. I can find it. Where was it? I replied to it. It was 3 hours ago from this person named Accelerate. Back with this hug box, not
That
addressing a
sounds
single
familiar.
point, but just name calling and putting things in his mouth he didn't say. Classic. And it's like, What?
You know, it's pretty
We're-
hard to do that when we spent like 8 hours going over that video.
We directly responded to the things that he said. What do you mean we're putting things in his mouth? We are responding to the words that
I'm
directly
guessing-
came out of his mouth.
I'm guessing they didn't even give an example. So
well, no, what
I don't
baffles
know.
me is we spent 2 hours of that video, of that stream, recapping and giving our thoughts on the story at the very least, and me and I Know Nothing giving brief overview about the nature of the combat in order to make sure that we all had a stable ground from which to actually watch the video and converse on. There was no mention of that. It's like, there was no mention of the discussions that went on there. It was bizarre. It's like you just skipped right over everything to say it was a hug box. Like,
That's pretty funny. I mean, that's sad. That's sad. I can understand how frustrating it is, but also that's really fucking funny. That to me is a sign that they probably didn't watch it.
I wouldn't even say that that's frustrating. That's just hilarious. Also,
I mean,
Noel says,
yeah,
everything
yeah,
Synthetic Man says makes me want to sue him for belittling my culture. Yes.
Yugox, doesn't Zelda have like 4 timelines? It has
3.
It has 3 confirmed timelines, though they haven't updated for Breath of the Wild. They say that Breath of the Wild is at the end of all of them.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
so
at
they
some
made
point,
it a turn A Gundam situation.
Yeah, it basically is turn A Gundam, where it's just all timelines lead to Breath of the Wild.
Okay.
Yeah, that Breath of the Wild takes place so far into the future that at some point every single game would have taken place at some point along every single one of those timelines.
Yep, turn
So-
A. Gotcha.
I mean,
Alright.
although if you want to put stock in game theory, they say that there is a 4th timeline where it exists. But, you know, game theory, take it as you will.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But to that point, is like, gameplay-wise, it's not the timelines. It's literally the games themselves iterate and change all the time to the point that
Yeah, they
people,
changed so
people
much.
regularly call Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom not real Zelda games.
Really? Because I've never heard that.
Oh, I have heard that. I've heard people complain about that it's some other type of game. It's not as popular, mind you.
I've heard people say it doesn't feel like a Legend of Zelda game, but that's different from it is not a
Okay,
Legend of Zelda game.
maybe that's because I'm conflating those two things. People are saying it doesn't feel that way. It does have.
Well, because like
It has a distinct feel, but it's still a Zelda game.
yeah, because like here's the thing. Like more people complain about this with Tears of the Kingdom than Breath of the Wild, and I know this because I have the exact same complaints. Like Breath of the Wild was a breath of fresh air for a lot of people because the series was stagnating for such a long time. But the thing is that Tears of the Kingdom didn't really build on that. It was just basically glorified DLC for Breath of the Wild, and it felt like that. So being such a similar game that had nothing really new to add to the new version of the franchise made it feel like it stagnated just as hard as it going on for 20 something years before Breath of the Wild came out. But they don't necessarily say that it is not a Legend of Zelda game. They say that they took out too many elements at the same time to make it a smooth transition into this new formula that they wanted.
Yeah,
because
I can see that argument, and what's wild to me is the elements. Like Silent Hill F is more like the early Silent Hill games than Breath of the Wild is to previous Zelda games.
Yeah,
like that's what
which is
just wild to me.
Which is very funny because like the whole point of Breath of the Wild was like, oh, well, we wanted to go back to the first Zelda game where because of the limitations of technology in the 80s, we couldn't really have an actual full story. So it was just you fumbling around in the world and
Angry
figuring
Brony,
things
you
out.
can't just say that.
Wait, what?
It
What?
really
Hold on,
innovated
what?
the field of video game twinks.
Oh my god!
Mr. Spider says, I think when it comes to the topic of innovation or change in a franchise, it's a matter of when it is too soon or too drastic of a change. That's my 2 pennies. No, absolutely. Like you can definitely slip and fall on trying to do something way too new, way too fast.
Right.
It's to the point that people don't recognize it, but like I don't know where people are getting this. It's not a Silent Hill game from with F. Like I look at it, I'm like,
Right.
okay, so you have the deep psychological themes, which are the heart of Silent Hill, mind you. Like anything else can change so long as you keep the deep psychological themes and the storytelling and the horror element. You're good.
Well, as long as you understand how Japan works, which unfortunately,
because
Synthetic Man wasn't there for that class, so
Well,
Yeah.
he kind of failed there.
Well, like we're not even at that point. We're like just in general broad strokes because Silent Hill Shattered Memories strips away basically 95%, and it's still considered a Silent Hill game, even though it's an alternate universe. It's not set in the main timeline. It's its own little package. So that's I think proof that a Silent Hill game can be very bare bones and stripped down. But like, okay, you've got that. You've got the fog, which is the visual aspect. You've got the nature of a fog world and an other world on top of the real world, which are all separate elements, but all manage to be balanced in terms of gameplay, at least the fog and the other world. You've got those going on. You've got all the monsters that are all very representative of the character's inner psyche. You've got mostly melee-focused combat with occasional chases in there. You've got exploring environments, looking for clues and puzzles and trying to solve them. You've got all these very core elements to the identity of Silent Hill. It's just there's a high combat focus in between the exploration. So when you're not exploring, you're either fighting or doing puzzles, and the combat is in a minute-to-minute gameplay allows you more options. So you can counter, you can dodge in ways that you couldn't before. And then with certain weapons, you can block. It's like all these, like, these are all just fine. Like, these are all elements that were present in earlier Silent Hill games that have been remixed and re-implemented in a new way. The most new thing added is the Omori equipment system, where you can add charms and tweak your abilities in the actual combat, which is like it's not bad. It's actually a very effective and fun system because you can really, as any good survival horror fan knows, gears you towards a certain like playstyle. You can tailor your playstyle, which a lot of survival horror games thrive on. You're supposed to be planning out your routes through dangerous areas. Agumon T1, all this rambling is making me go, like,
Why?
why? That you are here for us to discuss, like, especially.
I mean, welcome to
modern
podcast, buddy. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, if you want, you can turn us off and come back to the VOD when you need to go to bed, and just turn us on and like listen to us as white noise.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just think about us as
listen,
your
you're listening to
sleep
Media
podcast.
Critic ASMR.
Yeah.
Media Critic ASMR.
Um,
What were they thinking? You know, just imagine hearing that while you're falling asleep.
just remember, all the monsters you fight, it's all a dream, and you need to work through your delusions in Silent Hill. It's okay, all right? Just go to sleep and wake up. Twi's voice like silk on my ears. It's very nice of you.
Oh my god.
Why the talking is a core component? God, that would be an experimental stream. It's just us standing here, not saying anything, just staring at the viewer for like 6 hours.
I mean, someone would pay for that.
Thank
Probably not
you
everybody,
guys.
but someone would.
Thank you guys for saying that you like my voice. It makes me blush a little bit, but thank you.
Avant-garde, you have to intuit each other. Buddy, you new here. Check the Discord. Oh, did we get new art?
Ooh.
Checking the Discord now. Oh, wait. My true form. I know it has nothing to do with you guys, but this might be a joke about myself with this theme.
Hold on a sec.
No, I opened in the wrong tab.
No.
Yep. Open in the correct tab, please. Is apparently Titan Executor in his true form.
Hold
Oh, I forgot to share it to the actual server. My bad. I put up on screen.
Knockoff
I
little
found
guy
it.
from
Jesus
that
Christ.
one show.
Invader Zim, yeah.
Yeah. I never watched that. Like I've seen it
Agumon, too.
around everywhere,
Sorry,
but I never
my
watched
eyes
it.
just feel a bit irritated.
Why?
What?
Well, go.
Go
Like,
get some eye drops, man.
Yeah.
I understand that we're taking a little bit to get to the video, but I think it's relevant because this entire video is going to be about why modern entertainment is garbage, which I can understand where someone might get that impression from. I don't think it's necessarily unreasonable, but it is also. I mean, we'll probably see what his actual thoughts are.
To be fair to Dark Matter, I'm the only one who used to be a fan of him. I mean, I still kind of am. I just haven't watched any of his stuff for quite a number of years.
Right.
Yeah, I fell off of his content, but he's always been someone who challenges people on their opinions and their beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
so
mean, I was gonna say the thumbnail also has "or is it" in big bold text. So
yeah. But so I would imagine that it is mostly an argument for why people who say that are kind of dumb or are very flawed in their logic.
Yeah.
Hey Kaiser, did you see the death battle stuff on Buffy versus Blade yet?
I did actually. I thought that death battle was overall really good. I never watched a single episode of Buffy versus the Vampire Slayer. Buffy is fucking awesome. I underestimated her game, to be honest.
It's been a while.
Really?
I really watched more Angel than I did watch Buffy, but there's always that clip of the demon that's like, "You fool! No weapon forged of man can kill me." And she's like,
"Oh yeah," and she pulls out a bazooka.
Like, yeah, she pulls out a bazooka. And it's like, it's been a couple of thousand years, and she fires, and it just blows him up.
That was so fun. They showed that in the death battle, of course, because that seems like an iconic meme. But that's really good. And next death battle is going to be Dante from Devil May Cry versus Clive from Final Fantasy 16. And surprisingly, from what I've been researching, that fight could go either way. Which I'm surprised about, given I just don't really hear a lot about 16 outside of its story.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Clive, because I've watched it all the way through. Clive gets really powerful by the end, but freaking Dante is taking down God Killers. So I mean, I think ultimately Dante's gonna win. It'll be a much more interesting fight than say Ruby versus Maka should have been.
Yeah.
What do you mean, the best Ruby fight we had in years?
Replace best with only.
Oh my god. Okay, let's not go that far.
No, it has been the only. Though. It's true. We haven't gotten. We
haven't gotten one in a couple years. That is true.
It's been what? 2023 was the last time.
Yeah,
we saw
2023
Ruby
was the
Girls.
last one. Yeah.
So it's been like 2 years, and we've had jack shit.
Yeah. I forget. Was the second Justice League movie
it was released right after Volume 9 ended.
Okay,
honestly, it's for the best because the Ruby fandom has been in storage It's been in
Mhm.
cold sleep, and the world is a much more peaceful place now.
The Earth is
I
healing.
love the idea of just like we open the fridge and the entire RWBY fandom is just like a block of ice we have to pull out.
No, it's literally like Mariah Carey. You know?
Oh no, we keep her next to it. Actually, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The RWBY fandom isn't free. It's freeze dried, so it's like one of those like really thin packages that's been like vacuum sealed, and it's
Oh my
just-
God.
it's like bumpy freeze dried meats that have been just sucked out of all liquid. Great Bar says, one, finally have free time to catch a stream again, and two, I'm surprised didn't decide to do his shit on Grifters video, though you did. You just did Sympathetic Losers, so I mean, this was one that was
Sympathetic
recommended to
Losers.
us, so
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a recommendation.
Crimson Rogue, so Crimson Rose finished working on Trains. How y'all doing? Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good.
Doing pretty good. I would be very surprised if Crimson Rogue.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I was speaking of which, was it Crimson or was it? I don't know who it is that's posting hate on Fruby on Tumblr, but that's been like a thing that I've been. Someone, I think it was Engine Gear, in response to their coverage of the last episode of Fixing Ruby, rewrote. No, it wasn't the last episode. It was like episode 12, 11 or 12. It was the episode where there was an entire conversation between Whitley and Weiss in an elevator. That was episode 10. That had to be episode 10 because that's Under the Green Thumb, I think. No, that's Ground Game. Sorry, I'm getting all my. I think I might be episode 9. Regardless, look. I've been working on this for a while. I'm tired. But he basically rewrote the scene, and it's like, oh look at this. It's just a like dick measuring contest between. Where were his exact words? I have it still pulled up because I was reading it. The scene is This is the final thoughts. This scene is theatrical cruelty masquerading as depth. It strips Weiss of agency, weaponizes Whitley as an author mouthpiece, and replaces mouthpiece. No, Critter is not there. And replaces genuine family conflict with a string of unearned gotcha lines. It's dialogue engineered for people who confuse edgy banter with actual writing. If anything, this shows Celtic doesn't understand Weiss or Whitley. He only knows how to turn them into props for his own commentary. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, no, Whitley is wrong in this circumstance, but he's bitter. He is a bitter fucking child who's angry at his sister for leaving because he's not emotionally mature enough to actually think things through. Like it's Whitley is the one that needs to grow, and Weiss is the one that has grown and is trying to do right, and she doesn't know how. It's like, how do you miss that?
Like, well, it's because he is the one that doesn't know how writing works. Like, I do find it very entertaining when somebody thinks that they know how writing works when they have not done any of the prep work. They have not done any research. The only thing that they've done is like watch their favorite show over and over and over again, so they think that they have an understanding of writing, especially when that show that they watch over and over and over again isn't very good in the first place.
Yep.
But like,
I mean,
to make an assumption just right off the bat because the conversation didn't go the way that they wanted, that all of a sudden you're making a mouthpiece for your opinions is just so wildly out of left pocket that it just baffles me. It doesn't even anger me. It's just like, you poor thing, why are you over here?
Yeah, why are you abusing that left pocket? You're making the right one jealous.
I love how he breaks this up too. Like, Whitley is author mouthpiece. Whitley doesn't talk like Whitley. He talks like Celtic. Every line is didactic, spelling out the lesson Weiss is supposed to learn. Blaming others, ignoring safety protocols, leaving your family behind. He's not a character here. He's a scolding narrator in disguise. Instead of letting their dynamic emerge organically, Fruby uses him to hammer Weiss with a shopping list of grievances. It's clumsy and transparent. Or, hear me out, maybe Whitley is the one hammering Weiss with a list of grievances because he feels hurt.
I was going to
Also-
say I can name you a bunch of scenes in Ruby where that exact same thing happened, like in the actual, original version of the show. Or are we just gonna ignore Yang and Ren's conversation? Are we gonna pretend that
Also,
didn't happen?
Like, isn't Whitley incredibly intelligent despite his age? So it's like you have an incredibly intelligent child, but doesn't have the maturity to back it up. You're going to get somebody who thinks that they are a lot more mature and a lot more put together than they actually are, using a lot of language that is above their age gap or their age grade, in inappropriate ways.
Yeah, I think when it comes to like denoting like whether or not dialogue in a scene is good or bad, you have to really be specific about it because you're just making generalities at this point.
What I really hate the most about this, though, what frustrates me the most about it, is he copied the dialogue beat for beat, and he posted it in his post so everyone can see how bad I am as a writer. Completely cut out all of the descriptive text that I had between the lines where characters are reacting to one another. It's just going. It doesn't even mention that they get on the elevator, by the way, which is a moment that's important.
Right.
Like this happens before they get on the elevator, and then after they get on the elevator, and then when the elevator door is closing and Weiss is leaving. Like, all these things are important in terms of staging, in terms of how characters interact with one another. Weiss is having multiple different expressions during the ride down where she's going through multiple thoughts. Like, not only do I describe this, but Sino Bice and Jackie do a great job of illustrating this scene through their art. And he posts one image from it. One image because he wants to make the point that we referenced Evangelion and that was somehow bad.
Well...
Also, Noel said, I'm still not moved on from people complaining about the onsen episodes in Fixing Ruby. Yeah.
Apparently, neither are we, I guess.
Well, I find it entertaining to cover these kinds of things because I just find them so, like, diametrically off their rockers.
Mm-hmm. Well, like, the funny thing is that both the stans and the critics hate the onsen scene for very similar reasons, and that usually is just they don't know anything about anime other than anime can be perverted sometimes, and onsen scenes are everywhere. And onsen scenes are naked, and I'm gonna clutch my pearls, and I'm gonna ignore everything that is culturally significant about an onsen scene and why they're set up the way that they are in a lot of anime, so that I can complain about this one fan thing being kind of horny, even though that it's not, because I didn't pay attention to the episode.
Completely going to ignore Ruby the Session, which has all the girls in scantily clad swimsuits, which is considered like official. It is official, actually. Not just considered, but just straight up is.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about that.
I had it. Someone translated it on fanfiction.net, and I've been meaning to read it. I just haven't got around to it because it's like, I know nothing important is going to happen in it other than the girls are going to be in swimsuits. And
I love how
that's
Aiden
on the cover.
I love how Aiden in chat says, "I blame Egypt. Ancient Egypt did this."
Ancient Egypt. Izanagi says, "Hello. Think Dante's scaling is so high compared to Final Fantasy 16, despite how much I want Clive to win. Also, I hope this video won't be an utter mess like last time. I mean, Twi seemed to have liked this guy in the past, so
yeah,
very much potential.
Sure. As for the 16 thing, again, haven't played it myself, but as far as I've been told, like there are ways of scaling both Clive and Dante both to multiversal. I don't know how much higher Dante is, but it seems like Dante will narrowly win.
But I'm gonna hit the restroom and get a drink, and I'll be right back, and then we can start the video.
Okay.
So you guys just
Awesome.
Be entertaining, as I know you are.
yeah, dance, Twilight, dance.
Well, okay, let me just, ooh, look at me. I am going all over the place.
Even my old age, I can't escape that series. Which one?
Probably Ruby, which, neither can I. I entered the tundra, and that was my first mistake. I mean, I met all of my current friends.
Oh,
here.
Ancient Aliens. Okay, got it.
Oh.
That's what you're talking about.
I met all of my friends in the tundra, but no, I cannot escape from Ruby. That is the
You know what we need to do? You know what you need to do, chat? You need to make an art of like Twilight's backstory, getting dragged into Ruby and Ruby discussion, and just panel it the same way as like Doofenshmirtz's backstories and Phineas and Ferb. That's what you need to do.
Oh, so I had an encounter with Canon Seeker after accidentally posting it to a Ruby subreddit, thinking that it was fixing Ruby. Ooh.
Wait, what? And accidentally posting it to sub. So wait, posting what? Posting like fixing Ruby or posting something else?
I don't know. Now dance, Twilight, dance. Like you never had a chance, and no one even knows it was really you.
Oh my god!
Sorry, I could not finish reading that with a straight face.
Mission accomplished. Yeah, thank you for $5. You can make an entire Silent Hill game about the experiences of a Ruby viewer. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah,
you just make like think of all like the crazy paralysis demons representing like each faction of the fandom, I guess. I don't know.
And like they already did that with the short message, and it was all about suicide prevention. So I mean,
see, I never heard about that. Is that like a fanfic?
No. The short message is actually a like 2-hour demo they made for like it was one of the first things they made when they had this new renaissance starting. It got mixed reviews because the main character is unbearable. She's an influencer, and there are some things that are relatable to it, but literally everything in the game is supposed to be like her friend took a swan dive off an apartment building, and the thing that she focused on is her own guilt over it, as opposed to thinking anything of her friend. Like it's every like 5 minutes, it's like, oh, I should have been a better person. I should have done that. You know how Dalen self-flagellates? It's a lot like that.
Right.
Oh Lord. Okay. Wow.
So
yeah, not fucking with any of that.
Sam says, I was posting a link to the Team Jack subreddit and I got Canon Seeker's attention. He posted multiple Ruby related videos before we got into an hour-long discussion. Oh my, we missed that.
What?
Well,
How
like
did we
I
miss
wouldn't
that?
have been. Well, I wouldn't have been able to talk to him anyways because he's automatically blocked me. So
I was about to say, we were probably linked to the subreddit before,
Yeah, you can just
but
Google
I never jumped into it.
I don't go on Reddit very much, but
Yeah.
like I mostly have gone on there to have discussions about fixing Ruby. Mostly fixing Ruby because I don't really care about having a discussion about Ruby proper, but like
we have more than
found
enough of that. Yeah.
I found it so funny that I barely even talked to the man and he just automatically blocked me.
Yep.
Simply because I was defending fixing Ruby.
Right.
I also find it very, very interesting that despite the fact that this man is so pro-woman with everything that he does, like his whole career on Reddit is doing nothing but defending Ruby and how feminist it is, and yet he is so harsh on women who talk about Ruby.
Well, of course, no heaven hath no fury like a male feminist.
Well,
superiority complex.
Like what gets me is that he is absolutely like the definition of the quote unquote male feminist. Like,
yeah, that's
like
what I mean.
What I mean is like he's not actually a male feminist. He's a creep in disguise. It's like you look at this man's freaking deviant art. He is not and he tries to be a prude. It's like the weirdest thing to me. He's such a prudish person, and then you look at everything he views. He had publicly available on his YouTube channel before he deleted it a playlist of all of these hyper-sexualized Ruby AMV dance videos that were made in like Miku anime, like the Miku Miku dance. Like they were so freaking provocative. And I'm just sitting there, I'm like, I'm sorry, you're complaining about the onsen scene? Sir?
Yeah, for real, dog. I mean, I guess maybe it's all like, oh well, I'm just a viewer, and me having my own account where I like all this stuff is fine. But you are a writer. You are posting this to the masses, dear sir.
I was gonna say, like, I don't hide my perversions. I'm a perverted motherfucker. Yeah. Like I
was about to say, if
pretend.
the onsen scene, if the onsen scene is your idea of Raymond at his full power, you have not seen his final.
One must understand their flaws in order to make sure they do not become problems in your life. I am a pervert. Yeah. I fully embrace that, and I recognize I have a nice little cubby where I put my perversions. I have it nice and sectioned off, and I only need to reach into there occasionally for reference for something if I need it in my writing. Otherwise, I keep them nice and separate.
Dog, I'm just imagining that you're just using your the representation, your perversions, like you just it's like Minetta. You just send Minetta off to boarding school until you just need to fetch him later.
No, because it'd be more like Kaminari, more along those lines.
Yeah,
Minetta is disgusting.
Yeah. People forget that Kaminari is also a bit of a pervert, but because he's more normal compared to Minetta, he doesn't get as much shit.
Right.
Celtic has a final form. Does it involve fire? I have many forms, my friend. There may never be a final one.
Yeah.
I was about to say, name Goku. He just never stops. He just always gets something.
I was about to say, look at Natsu from Fairy Tail. He has like 10 billion different amps.
Raymond has Mina Clockwork Orange himself every so often. No, it's mostly just Twi like bopping me on the head. That's usually it.
Yeah, Kaminari didn't hit on a child. That
it's all true. Just White Rose. No, sir. I am not a one-trick pony. I have a very vast and what I'm trying to think of like the best term to describe it. I have a very university level appreciation of perverted studies.
Well, actually, before we Raymond confesses to his search history, we should probably get on with the video.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was gonna ask Noel a question since Kaiser brought it up, but yeah. I was gonna ask because like a lot of people got shit of like Minetta got a lot of shit for like making that comment for Eri, but like what was that scene in Japanese? Like how did the Japanese people react to that? That is something that I'm very curious about because we don't really have a lot of interaction with the Japanese fan base.
That's a good question. Do you
have an ice or water form? Not yet, but never say never. Anyways, before the debauchery continues. Yeah, don't worry. At some point, there will be a debauchery arc. We'll cover just the things that get me completely demonetized on YouTube.
Well, just ask me which anime that I should rant about next because I have the perfect one in that sense.
Is it Valkyrie Drive Mermaid?
No, because I never seen it. Now that's for you, dog. That's for you.
I was gonna say that's just a horn dog anime. That's all it is. All right. Well, let's actually get into this video. Oh, what'd she say?
Oh, Null answered. Japanese people think the creator of the series is God. Very vocal few get annoyed at what the creator makes. Oh, well.
Okay.
All right.
Interesting. I never needed to hear that, Celtic. Well, I'm not sorry. I'm not apologizing.
I'm not sorry.
Oh yeah, we Noel and I did have a very brief conversation about the differences between how Japanese people and Western people talk about creators of the show. Like that we're in the West, we are a lot more critical of creators of a show than they are in Japan.
Interesting.
And I did joke like never tell a Japanese person my opinions about the writing of Arina Tanemura.
Sky Slasher to Kaiser. You see Blade versus Buffy yet? Scroll back a bit, man. We covered that.
Yeah, scroll back quite a bit. I already explained that, but yeah, I did see the Deathbound. I'm very excited for the next one.
You got to come in when we start, then you'll hear all of our discussions.
All right. Well, let us actually start this video because I have no idea how long it's going to take us. We have no idea if it's going to be good or bad. All right. Here we go.
You've all heard the narrative before.
Okay,
Hollywood
what the
used
fuck?
to produce really great cinema, but now it's all garbage. And there's a lot to complain about regarding modern video games, too. Now, there is an element of truth to be found in that narrative. But first, it's important to understand the historical context of such sentiments. You see, every generation has felt that way about art for thousands of years. Everything from movies to music to video games to literal fine art like paintings and sculptures. Movies nowadays are garbage. But they used to be great. Music today is garbage, but back when I was growing up, it was great. Video games now are garbage, but when I was a kid, they were great. Modern art is garbage, but the art of the Renaissance was great. So is it really just that people are becoming bad at creating art now? What happened? Now that there's more people than ever before, somehow nobody out of the billions of us knows how to create good art?
What makes good rat?
Chet Manley says, if this guy pulls out the Miku binder, I'm leaving.
The what
Jesus.
now?
I think that was referring to you.
It's referring to me? Oh. Oh, please. Miku's basic bitch shit, man. Crimson Rose, Salem versus 200 car freight train. Thoughts? I mean, I feel like she'd be down for a little bit, definitely. You got to be fair, we don't know how much Japanese audience feel about pervy characters like Roshi, Melaitis, Mineta, compared to Western audience. They are much more accepting of it, if I understand that right.
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as I know. But to Dark Matter's point, yeah, to an extent, I understand, a lot of these things are relative to each generation. I think it all depends on how well you can illustrate the point that this generation, in terms of entertainment and writing, is worse.
I would have to say that to a degree, I would say that in general, media is a lot worse than it was back then. And that is more because there's a lot lower of a barrier to entry than there had been in previous generations. And therefore, we don't get the best of the best that are coming in with like a few people who are just hot garbage coming in, slipping through the cracks occasionally. Now it is a lot more people who are very mediocre or have no skill or talent or training in media and in entertainment coming in and just flooding the market.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you go back 10 to 20 years ago, I guess, now, because we're fucking old. You look back and sure, there were bad movies back then. Like there were bad movies made by Walt Disney, for example, probably. But for every like one bad movie, the ratio was all like you at least had like 5 really good Disney movies back to back, like Mulan, Beauty and the Beast, all that shit. Nowadays, you literally have to wait like once in a blue moon for a good Disney film to pop up. And that was anywhere near a similar level of quality. It's even rare.
I think it's kind of being squeezed from both ends. For on one half, you've got the Steam slop, like the games and movies and such, like YouTube slop, things that are being produced by independent creators. And, only the cream of the crop are actually making quality content while everyone else is making slop. They're all making trash of some sort, whether or not it's just being a cash grab or it's just trying to, or they're just not able to access their creative vision well. Like, you can have it that way. It doesn't matter. You're producing bad products that are just kind of filling the space. On the flip side, you've got, I think, a lot of major corporate entities that used to produce the mainstream content that we're used to outside of the few indies that break through. that have fallen back on bad practices for a number of reasons. A lot of oversight. I mean, the one that I can go to most readily, Microsoft and its management of the Halo IP. While I actually like Halo 4 and Halo Infinite, and Halo 5 sucks, but that's besides the point. While I like those two games, one of the things that just recently happened is, hey, we're abandoning the Slipspace engine. We're making everything Unreal Engine 5, and we're going to keep our practice of having quick turnover, so we only have people employed on a contract of 18 months. So you have to actually vie to renew your contract or else get fired, effectively. And it's like,
Right.
That's horrible because Bungie was like 22 people in a fucking shack in Seattle that built the first Halo game, and it's phenomenal. And it's like there's a lot of these corporate practices that are going on. One of the big complaints about Silent Hill F and other related games like Metal Gear Solid Delta is that they're running on Unreal Engine 5, which is not very well optimized. It's actually running Silent Hill F. No, sorry, it was Metal Gear Solid Delta runs worse on the PS5 Pro than it does on the PS5.
Wow.
It's because of Unreal Engine 5 and how poorly optimized it is as a system. Yet, major corporations are relying now on these big budget box sold engines in order to speed up development, as opposed to having their teams develop their own in-house engines that will provide a much more cohesive and much more refined experience. So it's like you get a lot of that happening in the corporate space, squeezing all of the what should be the mainstream high quality products into being low quality and weaker products, aside from a few that are still being manned by pretty decent developers. So it's like both sides are being squeezed in.
I will say that this does come in a bit of a cycle, because there's a reason why Nintendo has their official seal of approval. And that's
Right.
because back in the 90s, we had a lot of garbage going in onto the console and people complained about it. And so they said, okay, only games that have our official seal of approval for quality are allowed to come onto the Nintendo console. And then that's how things got improved quite a lot for a while in terms of at least Nintendo. We don't know, like there was still quite a bit of slop on like the PlayStation and the Xbox and other consoles, but for the most part, it wasn't.
BRB.
It was pretty good for that for a long time, because the most popular console, the one that most people wanted because it was a family console, didn't allow you to just post your 1 month garbage game. Of course, that's kind of changed now with the Switch, where they're kind of posting a lot of slop on the Switch store now, but you know.
Yeah. Dragon Ball Z, when people say modern movies suck, it's usually understood to be aimed at mainstream Hollywood. I'm not sure this video is aware of it. Well, first, he specified modern entertainment, so it's a broader subject than just movies. And second, that is true that most people are aiming at mainstream films, and they do often kind of fall away from talking about modern independent films, which are as mixed a bag as ever. But they also have a lot of slop in there too. Like, they can also be bad. Like, it's not pretend that independent films are somehow, or independent productions are somehow going to magically just be good because they're independently made. No, if the team doesn't handle things right, it's going to be bad. It's what.
Well, I can also
a lot of books get published that probably shouldn't be published. Hi, Shadow the Conqueror.
Yeah. No, I was literally just about to interrupt and talk about like the book industry right now. The book industry is flailing right now because for the most part, for the past 10 or so years, possibly even a little bit longer than that, the mainstream publishing industry has been more focused on popularity of trends that are going on rather than the quality of books. So a lot of books that are being published right now are subpar, or
I'm back.
They're very derivative of other stuff. Welcome back. And a lot of people are complaining about the quality of the books that are coming out of a lot of really big publishing houses, that they're not really focusing on what should be the benchmark of why you should buy from a big mainstream publisher in the first place, which is the quality of the book.
Yep.
And like there's a lot of slop that's coming out in the indie space as well. Whether it be AI slop or whether it be the stuff that's going on.
AI is going to majorly make all things much, much worse.
Yeah, but like even if it's not, even if it is published by an actual person and written by an actual person, that doesn't guarantee that it's going to be good either.
I was about to say, we look at Shad's work and we really think, did Grok made this?
Yeah, but well, there's something that I've been actually wanting to talk about for quite a while, but and I mentioned this to Raymond a little while ago, but I don't think that we really focus on books all that much because I don't think the books are all that popular of a topic.
Right.
They're also less conducive to a podcast like this because we cover, like, we can visually show things on screen. Meanwhile, when we cover books, we have to put like the actual pages up, and like people have to read. It's like you're
no.
Asking
like
them
we
more
can.
of that.
No, we don't have to because we can show the pages on screen if somebody wants to follow along, but we can also read them ourselves. But like the controversies that I'm talking about right now have been going on in the background in the book space for the last several years. Right now, the big controversy that has been going on for a couple of months is the Audra Winter situation, where there's this young woman who has been publishing her Heart book, and she's getting mad at everybody for criticizing her book and saying how like, oh, her mental health is so affected because everyone's being mean online. And the majority of people who are criticizing her are just saying, hey, this reads like a first draft. Maybe you should unpublish this and work on it a bit more.
Oh wait, I've seen Crispy Tavern's video talking about it.
This is such a situation of someone just has no skin thick enough for the novel publishing industry.
Not even close.
Yeah. But yet she's talking about how, oh, well, she's running a 6-figure business and she has so many employees, and she's focusing more on getting her book to look pretty than actually focusing on the quality of her book. And like that is, if that is not indicative of the current realm of the book publishing industry right now, I don't know what is.
People are talking about the Minotaur book.
What
the Minotaur book has been around for months. Why is it coming up now?
I don't know, but people are talking about there's is it called Milking Farm?
Yes, it's called Milking Farm.
And people are like, why would you milk a Minotaur? And it's like, well, there are some ladies that we call them size queens.
You know what? I don't want to know. I was going to ask what the hell it was about, and it's about as bad as I expected. Thank you very much.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here, I'm like, this is mainstream? What? Like this is the shit
I had talked about it. What?
This is the shit that like you have to go to like you used to have to go to the corners of the internet to find like corruption of champions and shit like that. Like what
Yeah. Look, from what I am finding right now, this book was published in 2021.
Wow.
And only now is it getting any kind of attention.
Crimson, your boss published a book using AI for everything? Oh, Christ.
Ugh.
Oh. Can you fire your boss? Anyway.
Good Lord.
Just to finish off on the Milking Farm thing, fetish romance material has been around for several decades now. Yeah. Nobody has paid attention to it until now, apparently. That is very interesting to me. That is all that I will say.
Okay.
No, that doesn't seem likely, does it? So what's going on? Well, two things are going on. One, bad art is being produced, yes. And two, we have a faulty perception of how much bad art is being produced.
Interesting.
First,
right.
let's address the phenomenon of bad art. Now, some people will blame bad art on politics. They'll blame it on wokeism or postmodernism or some other culture war boogeyman infecting everything, usually via some grand conspiracy. That's just opportunistic propaganda. The truth is much simpler and much closer to the opposite. Yes, politics is involved, but it's actually politics that has much more to do with consumerism than wokeism or postmodernism. It's more accurate to say that the art we're accustomed to is becoming far more expensive to create and more susceptible to corruption via greedy practices. So only those with a lot of money get to decide what gets created, and at the very least, what gets seen or experienced and how.
I could agree to that.
I can
Yeah.
sometimes because like
I think
the thing to
God.
that about the wokeism conspiracy stuff is we
Right.
know that there are influences within the industry pushing certain, I mean, everywhere, pushing agendas in a particular political direction. They exist.
Right.
And Nita Sarkeesian is the most go-to. I know there's a lot of controversy about Sweet Baby Inc. In fact, there has recently been a TED Talk or something like that with one of their chief
really?
like writers basically talking about all the influence that they've had on certain games. I need to watch the supercut of that at
Okay.
the very least. I don't want to say that confirms anything left or right, whatever. I
Right.
just want to say, like, I acknowledge that there is that, but more so, and this is very.
No.
Oh,
Noel says, look at Assassin's Creed Shadows.
yeah, look at Assassin's Creed Shadows. Izanagi, Lisa's is much of a more agreeable point than the last vid. That's refreshing. Yeah, no, I feel like this
Yeah,
guy's going to be
100%.
pretty well thought out.
Yeah.
He comes across
Yeah,
pretty
it's nice to have like a big counterbalance of like, especially after Synthetic Man, of like a really negative video, and then we have like a video that we'll probably mostly agree with.
Right.
So
We're
at the very
just-
least, even if we disagree, it feels like this guy has thought through his points.
yeah, it's more well thought out.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So
like- We can come at this from different ideological standpoints and like say, okay, well, maybe this doesn't work out. Maybe it doesn't click or something like that.
speaking of that, yeah, speaking on that front, actually, this goes into like this bit of a caveat, and I do acknowledge that he at least acknowledged that politics are more involved. And I absolutely disagree that like all of this is a fucking conspiracy, but I think it is worth noting, you know, the percentage of which that aspect can be true, because we got directors and writers literally saying that we made this change to X movie
For
or
this reason.
Y whatever,
Yeah.
for this specific reason. Like the key example that pops up into my head was, you know, Doctor Strange at first being thought to
Excised from
actually be in
WandaVision.
WandaVision. Yeah, excised from WandaVision because we don't want a white man saving this woman, this strong independent woman or whatever.
Even though that
That's
would have
a re-
seriously helped the story is having
Yes.
his involvement.
and that would 100% be in character for him, and it would still be centered on Wanda, as probably the comics
Yeah,
have done for
and there's
eons.
plenty of ways you could have written that where like maybe he's just getting through to her and in terms of like, hey, something's going on. You got to fix things. I can't get to you. You need to solve this. Like,
Yes.
like you, and then she has to solve. Like, you can have that. I don't know why they thought. Anyway, my point goes to
Right.
is, there's an adage, of course, go woke, go broke. However, someone, famously, there is a gentleman named Razor Fist. I know he's very controversial, but he has interesting.
He's right sometimes.
He had a very interesting observation. The actual order of things is go broke, go woke, then you croak. Which is, the way that he puts it is, typically speaking, woke ideology or these kinds of politics make their way in because it is an attempt by larger industries to appeal to investment firms that are on that leaning to fund their games, and B, to what they think is a broad outreach of a new demographic, and they can try and pull in at very little risk to themselves, often not realizing that the demographic they are appealing to is not interested in their game to begin with. And they're only going to get a very marginal bump in sales at best. And that means they basically collapse. So that's what I think is actually a very interesting observation on the nature of, it's less on the developer's part ideologically driven. It's more desperation driven, where a lot of this
I can see that
stuff comes from.
Yeah. No, that makes a whole lot of sense. And you know what that kind of goes into what I'm saying is that we're at a point where all around like the late 2010s, all of like the pieces to the puzzle kind of fit together, where at the same time as obviously major aspects of politics and social construction are being much more talked about by the wider public, at the same time as new people who may or may not already have these beliefs, either through personal experience or whatever, coming into the writing space. And at the same time as these companies seeing this as an opportunity, it's all just a big bubble that bursted, pretty much.
Yeah.
That kind of just coalesce into each other.
To be fair, Synthetic Man is a very low bar to clear. Yes.
Yeah.
That
is a million.
But to be fair, going from tripping hazard to 6 foot clear overhang, it's a pretty nice jump. Gotta say, nice and roomy. As Slasher says, I thought this was a roast. It might be. I don't know. Maybe he makes a really awful point later on. I don't know.
Yeah, here's the thing about most of the stuff that we cover. We basically look at the titles and thumbnails and say, oh, this might be interesting to talk about. We don't actually know the content of the video. So we usually go into these videos without any kind of bias towards the topic of the video or towards the person or towards the talking points in it, because we don't know what those are until we watch the video. So we're going into these things blind.
Yeah.
We
can obviously start forming like biases based on what is presented to us by those elements, but we don't know. And we typically like put aside those biases like, well, maybe there is a point in here. Like, hey, Synthetic Man released a video. It's probably going to be garbage, but maybe he'll make a good point. And you know what?
Yeah, maybe.
In that Silent Hill F video, he made, what, 2 good points?
2? Yeah, 2 good points. And
he made
a couple
2
of half good
like,
points.
3 minutes in the middle of the video.
He had like, 30 seconds of combined sanity. So,
I was about to say 2 of his brain cells finally rubbed together to actually form a coherent thought.
But he wouldn't like that because that's gay. Anyway.
Wait, they had to say no homo.
Decisions and control the platforms. A big blockbuster movie or a AAA video game is going to take tons of money to create because of all the people involved, the set pieces, the effects, the promotion, etc. It's less about sinister conspiracies and more about incentive structures.
Actually, I was gonna say, because Noel brought up Assassin's Creed Shadows, and I just had a thought about that. If they had flipped it and made Yasuke the stealthy one, like the actual ninja in terms of like how he operated, and made the female character more of the brutish kind of go-to character, for one, you completely subvert the stereotypes, but for 2, it would help explain why Yasuke was such a footnote in history. Like, you could easily say, this is a real guy that exists, and the reason he's not really all that famous is he didn't want to be. He's a ninja. Right. He's sneaky. He does little sneaky things, and like, as part of his job, he's like, history will never remember what you did here. Like, that sort of thing.
Right.
Like, you could have easily played into that, and they decided, no, black guy, he'd do Big Smash because racism.
Yeah. That is the thing that made it very, very suspicious, that they were more focusing on current day politics in America rather than making a good game.
I don't think that worked out, because he definitely would stand out. Ninjas operated basically with no rules. Ninjas operated on a result-based methodology. They can be sneaky physically. They could be disguised. They could just be like royal attendants, like Yasuke was, and to Nobunaga.
And I would imagine from a franchise, whose whole deal is to looking into all these different aspects of, espionage and subterfuge and all that stuff, you would think they would at least find something a bit more creative for Yasuke to do.
Do you guys know why the current ninja look in media is the way that it is now? It's because it goes back into Japanese theater, where prior to this one production, ninja didn't really have a set costume. But you have stories with ninja in them that are done in these plays, and they're usually a character in the story where the audience has to figure out who is the ninja of the audience, or of the characters, and the audience usually has a participation in that. And there's this one production where nobody could really figure out like who the ninja is, because all the characters seemed like they were pretty standard. They didn't have anything suspicious about them. And then a backstage crew member comes in and starts assassinating people.
And
oh my god!
Yeah, it's someone like that's where you get it from. That's great.
That's where the classic ninja outfit that everyone sees in media comes from. That's where it comes from. Also, because it was a backstage crew member.
I want to correct. Assassins were usually of smaller stature, maybe in general history, but I visited Iga and went to the ninja house and actually, saw a lot of the historical artifacts and related to ninjas. Ninjas were every shape and size. Like, the entire purpose of a ninja is that they could have been anyone. Their greatest weapon was disguising themselves and walking in basically as a, like, farmer. Like, you always see ninjas wearing the rice field hats. That's on purpose. They're supposed to be blending in with the common villager in those circumstances.
Yeah, just hiding in plain sight.
And often those hats will have knives hidden in them for quick access. Like, you have all this type of stuff going on. Like, ninjas were super varied, and there is a reason they were so effective.
Yeah. Like,
and they were hated. They were fucking hated by anyone that was opposed to them.
Yeah. The point that I was trying to make is that the classical idea of what we know as ninja today was created by media. That real ninja are basically what you described. They're meant to be disguised as everyday people. You weren't supposed to know what they looked like, or they weren't supposed to have a uniform or anything like that. And Noel is doing a good job explaining that in the comments as well.
I'm taking games that take place in the Sengoku era. Give me one in the Kamakura era.
Yes.
That's actually probably true. I hadn't thought about that, but a lot of games probably because everyone wants to use like Nobunaga, right? It's like that's the thing.
Yeah.
Everyone, because they know that Nobunaga is so like famous and popular, and like I mean, I'm kind of sick of him, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, very up to dictators, Japan. Come on.
I do know that there are a couple of historical Japanese otome that I've played. One of them is very famous that takes place in the Sengoku era. There is another one that actually came before that one that takes place about 200 years later. It took place in the 1800s, around the time when Japan was opening up to the rest of the world. It was still in the oh gosh, why am I blanking?
Well, why you it's still Isa said, I would totally have been up for Yasuke being a spy master, assassin master in Japan to avenge Nobunaga. The Sengoku Jidai period sounds like fun, but a political area to navigate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, though, I agree with Noel that I would enjoy having more stuff in other eras of Japanese history rather than just Sengoku
Silent
era.
Hill F to me was so like, oh, it's 1960s Japan? When have we ever had a setting like that?
I was about to say, like, especially as a period piece.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure if I can
Like-
think of anything that comes close to that.
Like I would
that was
love-
not made at the time.
Is it
anyway.
Meiji Restoration? That was the big era where things.
Yeah.
That would be a fun time. That's where Ronin Kenshin takes place.
I was about to say, yeah, that's the only piece of media that I know of that actually went back to focus on that particular era is Kenshin.
I do know that there's another Otome game that takes place in the turn of the 18th, 19th century.
Imagine Yasuke as an agent, like Agent 47 in past Japan. I'm just imagining now this big old black guy with a barcode on the back of his, like wearing like a modern suit, walking
Oh my
around
God.
in ancient Japan, just like killing people, taking their clothes, standing out like a food stall, like completely straight. He's just a big old black guy in like a fucking civilian clothes, just standing there. I have yams for
Wait.
sale.
Don't forget, he has sunglasses. He somehow has sunglasses in Japan.
No. Agent 47 doesn't
Doesn't-
typically wear sunglasses. It's not a
He
common.
doesn't. I
yeah.
thought he. Maybe I'm just thinking of like memes. Then I don't know.
I maybe it was one of the movies they did that.
Yeah, probably. I might have been thinking of one of the movies. I know I saw one of them. I just don't
Absurdly
remember which
obvious
one.
thing. You know, honestly, if Assassin's Creed had done that, I think a lot of people would actually be like more forgiving of the game if they just leaned into the absurdity of like this guy, this is big old black guy, ancient Japan, just walking around like, yes, I am the yam salesman that was just here. Ignore the fact that I grew 2 feet taller and I now have a completely different All right, well, let's see what else we got here.
And pretty soon, you might not even be able to own art, as in modern media, at all. Only subscribe to it, as
Yep.
subscription-based models
Yeah.
are
I
more
mean, that is the
profitable
fear.
and bring in a reliable source of long-term revenue. It seems that we are currently undergoing that transition. And perhaps the idea of owning a movie or a video game will be very alien to our grandchildren. And I admit, I do not like the sound of that, because if you cannot possess it, then your access to it can end, or the artwork itself can be changed in a way you dislike, and there will be
Yep.
no recourse for
Sorry.
you. It's one of the reasons I don't play MMOs. It's
Interesting. This guy needs to hear about Stop Killing Games.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real.
that
Actually,
is
what
huge.
was this video made this year?
I don't know when this video was made. I think it's very
let me
recent.
see.
Let's see. 10 months ago. So yeah, this is actually in the
Yeah.
window.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
Although it was before it blew up because of Thor. Fucking. Yeah, maybe we should cover the pirate software stuff at some point. It's been a little bit. Maybe we've given enough time to breathe. That. Oh God,
Yeah,
that man is a
I
clown.
wanted to know. I wanted to know like everything about that because I've been hearing that guy's name, but I have not really looked into.
I
anything
liked his
involving it.
shorts. A lot of people liked his shorts, and then the more we learned about the guy, the less we liked him.
That's unfortunate.
He was like, yeah, Stop Killing Games does all these things, and it's going to be bad for the game industry. And everyone's like, it literally does none of those things you said. It's going to be great for the game industry if it succeeds. Fuck you. What the fuck? It was.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Like he makes a very valid point that ownership of media is basically adamant. It took how long for us to get a solid DVD copy of Arcane made for the first season? I don't even know if season
True.
2 is going to get one.
That's a good question.
It's so frustrating, and this is where you're going to see piracy reshake its head. You're going to get piracy all over the place, all over again.
Pretty much.
And it's
Yep.
going to be the only way to preserve these things. There is no incentive at this point for the preservation of things. Go back to what we talked about with Capcom. Why would you want
Yes.
to play the old games? We have the remakes. Well, maybe the old games had something the remakes didn't. There are several elements to them, and they are worth
Yep.
preserving. God,
Yeah.
I should check if my N64 version of Resident Evil 2 still works. It's been a while. That might have died
Oh my god.
because the
Like,
batteries
no.
can die.
I know that some people can get like a little bit too extreme with the preservation of things, because I know like Kingdom Hearts for the most part has had pretty good preservation in terms of the older games. Like for the most part, the only version that is available is the final mix versions. But the thing about that is that it's just the American version given back to Japan, and then they added a few little extra tweaks. And people are saying, well, I want the originals to be preserved because the texture maps on the Heartless had different colors to them. And I was like, okay, but is that the most important thing for game preservation?
Yes, it is, because they are the best texture maps. I stand by this. I stand. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, although I do prefer the original texture maps.
Yeah, but like in comparison to something like the games that you were just talking about, where like half of the game was
so much
taken.
of things, much things have actually changed.
There's also the argument that like they're completely different gameplay styles. Obviously, the newer games are all based.
There's also that.
Well, yeah, they're all based on the over-the-shoulder shooter style popularized by Resident Evil 4 back in 2005, whereas the older games were all the fixed camera games.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't even know
classic
if you can,
tank control style.
Does Code Veronica have a PC port? I don't even know if you can get Code Veronica on PC.
I don't think so. I feel like that's been a complaint about Code Veronica for a while, because people love that game.
People, and it's also a horribly flawed game. Like, of the original era, it's probably the worst.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to qualify like Survivor as a game. Survivor's pretty bad.
Wasn't that basically a discount Call of Duty or something like that?
It was weird. It's like pseudo light gun shooter, but you can kind of move around. It's
okay.
Just emulate all the games. That's not always going to cut it. There's a lot of games that you can't emulate.
Especially not the modern stuff.
I was going to say, legendarily, the Silent Hill games are really difficult to emulate, because a lot of games on the PS2 specifically are built into the hardware of the PS2. They're actually dedicated to them, and it makes them difficult to emulate because certain rules of the PS2 are not applied on modern hardware. There are some games that are difficult to run because I'm thinking of like the Thief games. You have to get certain patches installed now, even though they are on PC, because they expect a sound card of all things, which most systems don't have those anymore. Sound cards got phased out in like the mid-thousands because most GPUs could pick up a lot of the slack. But a lot of games that were dedicated to those had systems that needed parts of those sound cards. Like, game preservation is a very complicated thing if you're not constantly upkeeping the game to work.
Yep.
Yeah, I have the games on Steam, but I've always been curious about how the ports work for Monster Rancher, because those games were so very dependent on being PlayStation games with physical discs.
Random fan.
Like, I know that the emulators work really well, because I got the emulator for Monster Rancher and I got them to work really well, where I have the physical discs and I put them on an emulating system, and then I would take out the physical discs and then put in like a CD or something in order to get a new monster in. Like, those work just fine. But
oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at
the art that
what Celtic is showing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, oh my god, Snowy. Like, a Daigato, great art. Not entirely sure what I'm looking at, but it's I know
I think it's supposed to be your Halloween
G Kelpie,
thing
yeah.
But shadowy.
Then we get Snowy Spider making the Sleeping Phoenix. He's so cute.
Aww.
Hey.
Cute.
He's so good. I love him. High Powered. The Kino Casino has pretty good coverage of pirate software. SUFFA Maldivarius Fig Tree. Did I just just utter someone's activation code? What the fuck was that?
Yeah. I have heard of Kino Casino because of a lot of stuff surrounding iDubbbz. So they're pretty funny. They might be a little bit too anti-PC brained, but overall they seem to be pretty enjoyable.
Oh, sorry, you guys. I for some reason, like, it's always your comment that slides past when we're having a deep conversation. Yugox, the Act Man made a video about the man, but Stop Killing Games guy did too, so you could watch the video about pirate software. I would debate. There's a lot of coverage on pirate software. I mean, God, I would love to have Ross on to discuss it, but Ross also doesn't like internet beef, so.
Okay. Well, I okay. So, if any one of those videos would be good summaries for it, I'm gonna just, I don't know, put them all in like a spinning wheel and just pick one from there.
All right. So.
It's also the reason that if I really like a movie or a show, I try to get it on disc rather than relying on some service provider to keep providing it, because sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, one thing that I should point out about games is a lot of games come with quote-unquote discs that have nothing on them but a code that basically lets you download it from online.
Yeah.
Like, don't be tricked. A lot of solid media these days is not actually, like, physical media. It's not actually that. It's just a disc with a code.
Yeah, it sucks. It's a lot. Unfortunately, it is a lot more secure if you want to own a game to just pirate the ROMs.
Yup.
And it's the unfortunate thing, because it's like the gaming industry doesn't want you to do that, especially not in Japan, but they're making it so that you kind of have no choice if you actually want to own the game that you purchased for money.
And don't forget the clause you sign for basically every major console now. Nintendo blew up on this, but like every console has this, where if they think that you're misusing their console in a way they don't like, they can just brick it.
Basically, they can just like destroy your any way of you to actually play that system, or even use your account.
Yep.
Yeah.
In some cases, which is absolutely scummy to me.
But going back to the wanting to own things on physical media because you're not sure if it's going to be available, we've talked a lot about Eureka 7. Eureka 7, you cannot watch Eureka 7 anymore legally. You can only watch it pirated. And like when we went to the anime convention, I bought so many DVDs for the second half of Eureka 7 because I cannot find the Blu-ray for the second half. You can only find the Blu-ray for the fucking garbage sequel AO.
I found the complete series of Noir on sale there for like 40 Canadian dollars, which is, like $5 American. So,
Rude.
Look, when it stops being Monopoly money, all right.
No, well, at least we have money with character. What do you have? Some boring, sad money that just all looks the same.
You mean stoic money?
Yeah, stoic.
Not even
proud. George Washington frowns at you.
Simple, effective.
But I was gonna say, but no, I found it, and I remember when I was just looking because I was going to show Noir to Twilight at some point, and I wanted to make sure I knew where to find it. I looked on all my old haunts, all my perfectly legal streaming sites. I couldn't find it. Noir had the links were there, but the videos didn't work. So the minute that I saw the fucking box set, I scooped that shit up because I might never be able to watch that anime ever again. And it's a really fun anime.
And remember when I was trying to show you
is Noir on Crunchyroll?
I can look, but remember when I was trying to show you Bandit King Jing, we had such a hard time finding that.
Oh wow, they finally added it to Crunchyroll.
Oh really?
When did that
all right,
happen?
at least there's that. But
I mean, all the same. It's like
all the same.
I was so
This is why I really love Discotek and their efforts to sort of not really remaster, but like re-release a lot of the Laserdisc of many like 90s and older OVAs.
Mhm.
They've done that for Macross 7, which is really good. They've done that for, I believe, the original Devilman. Correct me if I'm wrong. They did that for just back-to-back classics, even the ones that are like sort of so bad that it's good. They put them out in like physical releases, which is really nice.
Also, Twi is right. Watch Eureka 7. It's good.
Yeah,
Yes.
Eureka 7
Remember,
is really,
it's
really
spelled Eureka, but it's pronounced Eureka.
good. Yeah.
That trips some people up when they try to find it.
Yeah, because, Japan
It's-
wants to be built different.
Well, it's how the Japanese say Eureka, but I think that Eureka sounds a lot better, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, in terms of the context
the-
of Eureka 7 versus Eureka 7, yeah, I think it does sound better.
Yeah, if it's like, because it's someone's name. I
But-
feel like it sounds better as like a name for
But
somebody.
nothing will quite beat the moment that you crack Cold Fusion and go, Eureka!
Yeah.
It doesn't say,
Slayers was
Eureka!
a bitch to
Oh, it
find
doesn't
because nobody seems to have it consistently, but I got it on kind of box, you could say. Oh, man.
Yeah, if you can snatch up Slayers, do so. It's great.
Yes. Snatch up Slayers, please.
Yeah.
It's also the reason I dislike online requirements for gaming, even single-player games. But now, even discs are going away. Your ownership eats into the bottom line of a subscription model, so your ownership will most likely go away.
Agumon asks, how easy is it to burn a show to a blank disc? Not that hard.
Very easy.
Yeah, very easy. As long as you have like a disc burning CD reader, yeah, and like you can find all sorts of programs online to burn things to a disc. It's simple. You can really make some fun like DVD menus and such if you really want to put effort in.
Your existence as an owner will shift to that of a subscriber and a consumer of content. When you don't have much money, you work for your money. But when you have a lot of money, it reverses, and your money works for you. Our system is not exactly a meritocracy, as many would like you to believe. It can have elements of a meritocracy, sure, but our society does not primarily reward talent, skill, knowledge, or hard work. It can, yes, but not primarily. If it did, then we would live in a much different world. It's what we're brought up to believe, but the truth is less fair. What it does reward far more consistently is wealth. The more wealth you have, the more you can invest and leverage, and the more you are rewarded with even more wealth and more influence. Interest compounds. But most investments carry with them an element of risk. When people invest in art, they are still concerned with what every other investor is concerned with: risk aversion. They want their money to make money, not lose money.
Right.
Yep.
The key is maximum reward for minimum risk. So, are you going to...
I will acknowledge that we have gotten much better in terms of actually being meritocratic because now it's been more diffused. You have crowdfunding and the like. So if you make a quality product and get eyes on that product, which is the most difficult part for the record, it's getting eyes on your product. You can, alone or with a small group, meritocratically reach success. However, the traditional way very much is you need to attract the attention of a benefactor who will want a chunk of the pie when you're done, and they will expect it to actually return dividends. They don't put money in without expecting money out. There will occasionally be the benefactor that's just like, fuck it, you have the money, do shit. I just want to see what you guys do. They're far and few between, and you should not expect that. You should always expect there to be strings attached when you're getting money from a larger person, and it's unfortunately just how our system's working at current. I don't know how that would be fixed.
That is basically what I did when I think it was the Indiegogo. Yeah, it was Indiegogo. I spent like $30 sending money to Indiegogo for Dragon's Lair.
Oh,
Dragon's
man.
Lair is on literally everything. Like you talk about game preservation, Dragon's Lair. Oops.
But like
I keep dropping
the
the microphone. I'm so sorry.
oh my god, the poor microphone.
I know.
Anyways, though, this kind of feeds into why I sort of alluded to earlier, which is that certain AAA companies in each of these different industries, they've gotten to the point. If you really want to get blackpilled in regards to this whole, everything's based on wealth for the most part nowadays. A lot of these really big media companies, they've gotten to a point where they feel like they can just put out anything, and even if it comes up to a loss, like it doesn't really matter. Like they can set up an entire product to fail, and even though it did fail or would be a failure anyways, they would still put it out anyway, and it wouldn't really come into any sort of quality control. And again, you see this probably the most in the movie industry.
I was going to say,
like,
what comes to mind is all of Marvel right now.
Yeah, essentially.
Well, no, I wouldn't even say all of Marvel. I would say, remember a couple of years ago when Warner Brothers basically just took everything and just house cleaning.
I was about to say, they literally cut off. Chat, tell me why Infinity Train got taken out of fucking Hulu at all. Like, what? Tell me why. Tell me why they took that shit off. And like a good chunk of Cartoon Network stuff that was originally made on those platforms that they themselves created, you can't even get them at this point legally. Except for buying, Blu-rays. Hopefully they still make those.
I was gonna say,
shows.
saying Blu-rays, you might have to go back to like DVDs or VHS with some of them.
Yeah, it's that bad at this point. And it's even worse because there have been many projects that have been proposed to Warner Brothers that they were already in production with, but then, as Twice said, they just old yellered the fuck out of every single one of them. Why in the fuck did they cancel Batman Beyond, a movie sequel to the original series, when that shit would have made them more money than God on release? 110%, assuming all the right pieces are in play. That's fucked up.
Because they released Batman Mask of the Phantasm and it didn't make jack shit. But they also, this is what gets me about a lot of these producers and shit. They don't realize that they themselves are the problem. Like, it's so much of like, we didn't advertise Treasure Planet. We didn't advertise Atlantis, the Last Empire, or whatever. We didn't advertise these films, and they failed. Wow, what a surprise.
Big freaking shocker. Are you serious? I understand that for Treasure Planet, at least I remember that whole fiasco, which is that, oh my God, we didn't think it would really compete with these other movies that were there during the summer. And I will sit here years later saying, beg to freaking differ, dude.
No, Treasure Planet was the worst because it was sabotaged.
Yes.
Yeah, it was sabotaged. Oh my God, I'm so sorry for dropping my mic all the time.
Great Bar says, I think one of the worst critiques of, a movie failed is because of production costs. A thing never released.
Yeah, it's so stupid. Especially if they're like, oh, well, we are afraid that it's going to be released and it's not going to do well as these other movies. Then release it a little bit later. Yeah. Then release it like maybe a week or two later. It's fine.
There is no bigger tragedy to me than EA deciding to release Titanfall 2 between Battlefield 1 and Call of Duty, whatever the fuck it was. I can't remember which one it was. But it was
Blacker Opser.
Blacker Opser Yasuke edition.
Yasuke.
But like it was wedged in between the two biggest shooter releases of the year, one of which was also by EA, and they were just like, we'll release this highly anticipated sequel in between because everyone has just $180, $120 of expendable fucking income.
Call
no
of Duty
shit.
Blacked.
Call of Duty Blacked. Oh no, there's 5 men behind it on the couch.
Oh no.
But I was gonna say, like,
Brazzers.
Titanfall 2, of those games, was landmark good. Every fucking game in the shooter genre after that was copying its movement mechanics because it was so fucking good. And yet the one that died was the progenitor and master of those mechanics. It pisses me off to no end. God damn it, EA! Let the fucking studio make another Titanfall, please!
So all this to say that we're on the same mind, that these companies are at the point where they don't even care about making strategically like right moves to get them even more wealth. They can just say fuck it, whatever.
Yeah, so
because
long as their numbers
put
are gradually. Well, I was gonna say, didn't EA just get bought out?
That's a good question. I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, EA just got bought out by a company that's owned by, like, in part by Saudi Arabian oil barons, and then also in part, and then the other part is owned by, I think, Donald Trump Jr.
Oh my god. Hold on, let me see this. Yes, EA has been acquired by an investor consortium for $55 billion and is being taken private. The deal includes the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, Silver Lake, and Affinity Partners founded by Jared Kushner. The transaction is expected to be completed in the 2027 fiscal year.
So,
interesting.
It's a Saudi Arabian, but yeah, no, it basically, now you have Donald Trump Jr. partially involved in the running of EA. I hear like right now they're trying to sell off DICE and they're trying to sell off BioWare. Like, and you might be like, oh, why you're selling your big tickets? No, they're big tickets in EA are like FIFA. Yeah. That's what their big tickets are.
I mean, yeah.
Which honestly, right. I'm all for all of this because it gives us a chance, guys. It gives us a fucking chance.
I never knew how sports games like that would work because, like, the only time that I would ever see sports games was in the bargain bin.
I don't it literally, to me, sports games, unless they are something special, like, I don't know, Mario Tennis or whatever, like, unless you have something interesting going on with them, if it's just a straight up sports game, I'm like, we've literally had these for so long. You could play any Madden game from today going back to 2006 and get effectively the same experience. In fact, some of them you might have better experiences because they have been constantly stripping them of fucking, like, quality content. Like, I don't even know what you would say. I know that, like, look at Angry Joe's videos. He covers them a lot.
I mean, like, I was about to say, they fucked it up! I fucking love that guy. I used to watch a lot of his stuff. I need to get back to him.
Unfortunately, his movie takes are pretty bad, but, you know, his game takes are fine.
Oh, really? I haven't seen his review of movies for a while.
Isa says, great, so video games on both sides of the ocean are being sold off to the Saudi wealth fund. I have a bad gut feeling about the possibility of outsider interference. You already had that. Like, guys, let's not beat around the bush. Tencent owns a huge stake in most of the major video game industries, and Tencent is directly influenced by the Chinese government. Like, we cannot have the illusion that we don't already have outside pressures on so much of the gaming industry, in particular the mainstream. I swear, the minute that Gabe Newell dies, the gaming industry dies with him, because the minute that he does, Steam is going to be destroyed by all the people that probably want to change it. That man is responsible for keeping Steam on the up and up because Valve makes more money than God.
Yeah.
Ugok says, Elio from DreamWorks had no promotion despite going into a cinema barely anyone knows about it. K-pop Demon Hunters went out on Netflix months ago, and it's still number 1 there. And the sing-along version is number 6. There's a sing-along version?
Yes.
Oh.
I
still
didn't
need to
know
watch
we
that
did
movie.
that anymore. Interesting.
Yeah.
He's a
I still
fuck.
need to
You're
watch
right.
that
I
movie.
love some of the output Tencent makes, but yeah, dear God, we are vulnerable on so many ends. Outside influences. Well, no, that's the thing. It's like just be aware of. It's fine. Outside influences are fine. There always have been in terms of like the modern world. It's being aware of them and also just trying to keep mindful of anything that like you find objectionable. Like if anyone's trying to push a particular narrative, I mean, you can be aware of that and still enjoy things. You just got to make
Yeah.
sure you're not susceptible and make sure you talk to other people if you feel like they're maybe being susceptible to it as well. Like this is
Or
how
you
like
are.
yeah.
Mm.
It can
Or
all go in
it's-
any direction. This is how conversation works. Memes, the DNA of the
Also-
soul.
The DNA of the soul.
We
Also,
have
be
forgotten
sure.
how conversation works in this day and age.
Also, be sure to keep watch of your of refund policies.
Yes.
So if it really seems screwy, you can at least get some of your money back.
Yep.
Anyway, speak to us again, Doc Matterman.
Risk $200 million on a genre-defying script written by some new author with a singular coherent vision?
Yes.
No, that's
No,
too risky
fuck.
and untested. They don't have an audience. Nobody knows them or their intellectual property. But are you going to risk $200 million on a Star Wars movie? Well, yeah, that's far more likely to pay off. And because the investment is
Yeah.
what's actually
Not
driving
anymore.
the art rather than passion or vision like the original Star Wars movie, and even that.
Sorry. I almost forgot something now you mentioned Star Wars. Not even just like, okay, let's just make a Star Wars movie instead of trying a new different IP, right? They bring in like essentially like just Hollywood trust fund babies in order to write the new Star Wars stuff.
Yep.
Like they don't even bring in people that tend to know what they're doing typically. They are just bringing in all these people who
Nepotism.
are essentially who are nepotistically a part of these products and are a part of the whole groupthink and ideologies that are pervading these projects as well.
It goes down to they don't realize they're their own worst enemy. Why are all of our products failing now? Why is Star Wars no longer popular? I thought it was the most popular franchise on the planet. Well, you guys cared so little about how you went about producing the films and kept producing films of such low quality and content of such low quality that people got sick of it. Like after what? The fifth bad film, the fifth bad piece of content, you've burned your credentials to the point
and you don't
that
even promote the
thing
one that really
everyone
succeeded.
praises as the best piece of Star Wars content to come out since possibly the second fucking film, Andor, went completely under the radar and possibly failed itself, getting only 2 of the 5 proposed seasons as a result because the brand was so fucking damaged.
Yep. And because the first season was barely promoted all that much in the first place.
I was surprised
Let's
to
not
see a
forget
fucking
about that.
trailer for the second.
Yeah.
It's so,
It's so dog
it's
shit.
all these fucking combinations of just producers. You are the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You producers, you are the problem.
What-
Jerry.
That was derivative. You're not going to want to put all your eggs in one basket by turning to any one person to write a script, but rather an entire committee of people. And they will do so not because they were inspired to create a specific story that they genuinely care about, but because they're being paid. They can all offer various inputs and create a mishmash of a story that could potentially have the broadest possible appeal. Nobody will want to put $200 million on the back of a single person. Will it be as successful as a singular coherent vision has the potential to be? Well, most likely no. But it also won't be as unsuccessful as a singular coherent vision has the potential to be either. See, the name of the game is not to produce a great timeless work of art, but to create something that could pump out a good percentage with the least possible risk.
I don't, well,
Yeah.
yes and no, but we have examples in both directions because, I mean, we go back to DC and the Snyderverse, and that was all with Snyder had his fingerprints all over that, and it tanked. It tanked hard.
Mm-hmm.
It tanked everything to the point that Snyder, I don't even know what he's doing next. Like, apparently he was working on the next Rebel Moon, but I guess not. I don't know.
Rebelly Mooner.
They literally get in the way of Tarkovsky, you know, the Samurai Jack and Primal guy. Yeah, no, they have an unreleased proposed film or whatever from him. It's like, no, that could sell pretty well.
Like, here is the thing, is that these things are unfortunately in two parts, and they kind of go against one another. You have somebody who proposes a new property, but also this property has to be well written. And the thing with Rebel Moon is that it is a new property, yes, but it is incredibly derivative and it is poorly written. Yeah. So, like,
for the record, we watched Rebel Moon and covered it here on the show, so you guys can go back into our archive and find it. Also, Zero, more and more as I've aged, I have not taken even the creatives' words on, like, if they say, oh, it was a creative decision to downsize and not a production decision, I don't believe that.
I'm sorry. Pixar, it didn't happen, man.
Well, no,
I'm sorry.
Like, even if Gilroy is saying that, I'm sitting here, I'm like, there's so much studio politic. If he says the wrong thing, he's out of a job for life. Like, that's really what I'm looking at, is like, societally, especially in those circles, the words that come out of people's mouths, unless we have actual behind the scene footage of these conversations, I don't know who to fucking believe at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and with freaking Snyder, I feel like it's the second half of the same coin, even more so, with what I said about companies just saying fuck you to all these projects because they know that they can't fail technically no matter what. So they just gave Snyder the reins because, oh, here's this, you know, upstart newcomer who's making all these waves with all these other movies that he's been doing. Just give him the entire vision for this entire cinematic universe. Fuck it. He knows what he's doing. Chat, he didn't really know what he's doing. So, you know, that's what happened there. So that is the other side of that coin. And again, they only thought that would work because they didn't give a fuck about having any quality control. So with Disney and Marvel, you know, it's on the opposite end where you actually have the committee, like what this guy is saying, that is literally tailor making these projects to not be as good as possible or even really super profitable, but to like, no, actually, yeah, to make it as profitable as possible, at least to make it like appear accessible and to get the immediate attention of the lowest common denominator viewer, which is just wild. I mean, it's an inevitability, of course. You know, that's just how things kind of worked out. It was probably going to eventually. But the fact that it was able to get up to this point, especially in our lifetimes, really says something, honestly. Especially after an era where it felt like there was so much of like way more attention to like at least creatives and respect to creatives and their vision and the spirit of just making art and giving the right tools to the right people. You know, it's a far cry from that, and I feel like that is really sort of the main reason as to why, you know, people really say nowadays that modern media like nowadays really sucks, because I find it very hard to believe that most people are gonna look back on a lot of the shows and movies that are like made nowadays super fondly. They're probably going always. I mean, there's always gonna be fans of stuff, no matter how good or bad they are. But I doubt that they'll have anywhere near as many people that are like remembering it fondly and not having it go under so much, avoidable scrutiny. Like all of these things were completely avoidable. We didn't have to have the Legend of Korra be the way it is if Nickelodeon just gave Bryke more time to make it properly. That didn't have to happen, right?
Yeah. No, I completely agree. Yeah. I would say for me personally, I started to notice a dip in overall quality around the time of 2013. And that's quite a while ago now.
Yeah, that's a while ago.
There is the occasional good show out there, but overall, it became these extremes where you have a bunch of really garbage shows, and then you have a couple of little stepping stones of quality, really good shows. But that's all that they are, is that they're stepping stones. They are so few and far between that... And it only feels like nowadays, within the last couple of years, are we starting to get a little bit of a renaissance of some really good shows, but it's not like the quality of what it was back in the 90s and the early 2000s, back during what I would say is the height of animation, in my opinion.
I was about to say, if you want me to really put on my tinfoil hat, all of all right, and just really go up in there with the conspiracy brain. I don't think this is true, to be clear, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. All of this is because of Johnny Test.
Oh.
Okay, let me explain that. So, like, around, like you said, 2013, I feel like Cartoon Network, for example, was really starting to get into the model of just pushing this one show or whatever that has all the basic hallmarks of what a zany comedy cartoon should be, and they were slowly edging out a lot of like the serialized stories that were being made. All of these cartoons that were on Cartoon Network that were being successful, at least in terms of watch time, but weren't profitable in terms of toy sales, were getting edged out. I'm talking Symbiotic Titan, Thundercats 2011. I can go on.
Kaiser doesn't like whip cracks. I mean that like for obvious reasons. Generational trauma there, maybe. In
more ways than one. Holy shit.
I was going to say, I actually think it goes back before Johnny Test, at least in the animation space. I think it's SpongeBob. Even though I love early SpongeBob, but like it was the one that convinced them that this was the cash cow. Like, zany, over-the-top comedy was the cash cow, without looking at some of the smarter writing that happens in SpongeBob.
I was about to say, like, I feel like you are correct that, like, SpongeBob definitely was, like, the big inspiration, but I feel like Johnny Test was one of the shows, if not the show at the time, where, at least when Cartoon Network picked it up, where they really, really thought, okay, we can have our own SpongeBob now.
Oh yeah, no, this is
Jackson hookers.
This is the David Cronenberg mutated child of SpongeBob.
Yeah,
like this is you got a couple of shows that took inspiration from SpongeBob, like Flapjack and Chowder, and those turned out
those
fine.
shows are good.
Yeah, but
those were great.
This is the like this is all of those elements, all those shows inbreeding and producing this demon child.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the schedule for YTV, the Cartoon Network for Canada. One of them. We have, well, it's not called Teletoon anymore, but we have we have YTV.
It's called YTV, Gotta talk like this now.
Anyway,
someone give me some poutine.
We have
Let her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish.
I'm sorry.
We have YTV and we have a network that is formerly Teletoon and is now, I think, Adult Swim. And I think that was a terrible decision to change that because YTV is a lot more marketable in Canada than fucking Adult Swim is. But whatever. But I'm looking at the schedule for August 15th today, 12 a.m.
Right. You mean October
all the
15th.
way to 12:45. Teen Titans Go. 1 a.m.
Oh my god.
Yeah, people are trying
1
to say
a.m. to 1:45. Amazing World of Gumball.
1 a.m.
2 a.m.
What?
It's 12 a.m. to 1:45 a.m. Just those two
I
shows.
love the
Dude,
idea.
that is
Someone
the
is-
worst
Man, I just love waking up at 3 a.m. to watch Amazing World of Gumball.
Oh my lord.
I mean, it's not a bad show by any means, but
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
really funny.
It's not wake up
It's-
in the dead of the witching hour and good.
Yeah, definitely not.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
But
Like,
people are right about Teen Titans Go being the SpongeBob. But what we mean is Johnny Test was the test.
Yeah,
bed
they
for
started.
Yeah, let me
Johnny
go through.
Test started that.
Let me go through this. But remember, I told you quite a few times. I used to wake up at 2 a.m. just to watch Gundam Wing.
Yeah.
And now at that same hour, we have just The Amazing World of Gumball. Or technically at 2 a.m. we have Superman Man of Tomorrow. And we have Best and Bester. Then at 4 a.m. you have Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. 4:30 you have Best and Bester again. You have Ollie's Pack, Scaredy Squirrel, Ollie's Pack, Scaredy Squirrel, Amazing World of Gumball, Amazing World of Gumball, Amazing World of Gumball. Teen Titans Go, Teen Titans Go.
Johnny
9
Test
a.m.
is a
you
Canadian
finally have.
show? Is it?
Yes, it's Canadian.
Yeah, it originally was. The first season was. And then
So I
after
was
it got
right to hate Canada. No. All of the world's ills.
9 a.m. we finally get something different, which is Beyblade X. And then it
that's
repeats.
one of the newer ones. Okay. Oh my
Then it
God.
repeats. Best and Bester, Ollie's Pack, Scaredy Squirrel, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, Best and Bester, Mermicorno Starfall for an hour. Then Ollie's Pack, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs again for an hour. Best and Bester, Mermicorno. Just a repeat of these 5 or 6 shows. And finally at 6 p.m. we finally get something different. Popularity Papers, then Mr. D, then the SpongeBob movie, then another SpongeBob movie, then Mr. D again, and then at 11:30 at night we have Pick a Puppy. That is insane to me.
Yeah,
Do I really hate Johnny Test? Like honestly, I thought Johnny Test was just kind of vapid. I don't really hate it if I'm being honest. But like I can't deny
I feel like
that
it was a lot.
It was case zero for Flash animation cartoons taking prominence.
Yeah, and like freaking I will say I did like the earlier seasons. Even some parts of like the later stuff was funny, but it was just so much more of the exact same and just things not working, especially in terms of the humor consistently. But this is what I mean when I say that was when other studios were looking at things like SpongeBob, and then they decided to say, fuck it. Instead of just going out of their way to make something like a Flapjack or a Chowder or a Gumball. I mean, granted, Gumball came later and it succeeded. Thank God. But in terms of what gets consistently shown, like throughout the day, it's all things like Johnny Test or Teen Titans Go. Which is ridiculous because other products have been shown to be just as, if not even more successful. Didn't people like regular show? They absolutely did.
Yeah, I was
Regular
gonna say
Show
like
was
we
great.
got to acknowledge there's a lot of good shows in between here, but
Yes.
they are the exception, not the rule.
Yeah.
The rule
That's what I was
is Johnny
saying.
Test quality. Like I mean, yeah, I'm just trying to
Right.
Yeah. Like that's what I was saying earlier. We have only these stepping stones of good quality shows amongst the sea of garbage. And I think that going to the schedule, what I read out, really sums up the state of how animation and how things are now, where it is just focusing on these 3 or 4 really popular things with maybe a movie or two to break it up for flavor.
What?
Whereas,
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
when we were kids. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I was gonna say, like,
Okay.
regular show and Adventure Time. What really stuck out to me as very interesting. Pointless Hub recently did a video on not Rise of the Guardians. It was Guardians of Gahul.
Guardians of Gahul, yeah.
The owl movie that was made by
Owls of
ironically,
Gahul.
Zack Snyder of all people.
Yes.
But like
It was really good.
yeah, the what he pointed out was that one reason it failed is because of how a lot of the West treats animation. And this goes
Yes.
everywhere in the West.
Yeah.
Is that if it's not guised in like comedy and jokes and kiddie like tapestry, basically, it gets ignored because it's not treated seriously. You can't have a serious, and that's one reason that like the Owl movie failed, is because it actually treated its subject matter quite seriously. Its comedy was much more like down to earth,
Diluted.
It wasn't Family Guy level cutaway gags that people are used to. And that's very much the same. Adventure Time started out seeming like an episodic, comedic, lighthearted fantasy children's show. And then it got more serious. You get the same thing for a lot of these shows that get more serious as time goes on, because really what the developers wanted was a serious show to begin with, and they slipped it in with humor. Like, you have to do that, or else you don't get noticed. Even really popular ones right now, like K-pop Demon Hunters, has a very heavy comedy focus in a lot of moments, as far as I'm aware. So,
and that's why anime is getting to be more mainstream as the decades go by, because people are starting to get sick of cartoons not being serious. And then they look at anime and they see that there's a whole bunch of like really mature, really not, they can be comedic, but they can be also very serious at the same time. And people are starting to gravitate towards them. That's how I got into anime when I was a kid.
Yeah, and they're not, the point is that they're not comedic in the exact same way. Like, yes, there are derivative anime, but they don't feel as derivative as like a SpongeBob like.
The
you know
closest
what I mean?
that I could find in my like, cause I haven't watched it, but like maybe I should. Like, the closest I can think of to a Family Guy or a SpongeBob would be something like, I don't know, Gintama, I guess, which I've never watched, but I know
think
it has a lot of those
Crayon.
Like, fourth wall.
There's also
ones.
Crayon Shin-chan from what I heard, which is still going.
That one, yeah, I know, but like weirdly, I don't associate that with typical anime fare. That's like in its own little.
You know what? Fair. That makes sense.
The closest that I've ever seen to Gintama, and I did have someone show me the first episode of Gintama. And I hear that the rest of the show is very different from the first episode, but the closest that I know of to Gintama, besides the Bobobo show, is the much lewder Puni Puni Poemi.
Oh yeah,
and
people brought up Space Dandy, which maybe I've not seen. Space
Dandy too.
But you know, Trigger in general, very good at like having comedy and a lot of like Kill la Kill filled with comedy. But typically speaking, even those shows have a strong storytelling heart that isn't is not based on the humor. It's not their specific, like it's telling jokes as it tells a story, as opposed to it's telling jokes and then becomes a story. If that makes any more sense.
Right. I think, and like even more than that in regards to tone, there's way more variety of the stories that you're going to get in Japan. Whereas with a lot of times here in the West, a lot of it, except for the serialized ones that are more serious, there's just a lot more of just the same that try to be SpongeBob and fail.
I was going to say, I think shows like Yu-Gi-Oh! Succeeded because they really, the more I think about it, Yu-Gi-Oh! Wasn't played for laughs almost at all. Like, it had moments of humor, but like it's a very serious show about card games. But I think,
Yeah.
the fact that it was so
I think
serious
it's,
and it took itself so seriously is what attracted a lot of people to it. It was so different than everything
Yes.
else we get.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I said earlier. Like
Yeah.
one of the reasons why a lot of people are attracted to anime, and even I got attracted to anime back even in the 2000s and the late 90s, was because these were a lot of shows with a lot of concepts that we never knew was possible to be seen in a cartoon. And these are shows for kids that don't treat us like we're toddlers. Like we are 8 years old, we are 10 years old, we're 15 years old, and these shows
Right.
are mature on our level, as opposed to the media networks forcing us to watch shows for 5-year-olds.
Yeah, for like most of the day too, because
Yeah.
like back in our day, we had like 10 or 15 shows that feel different. They're of different styles, but are all like relatively really good. But
Yeah.
but back in like at the time of like 2016 or 2018 or whatever, okay, we had regular show, Adventure Time, Gumball, Steven Universe, and then the rest of the time slot was all Teen Titans Go and whatever miscellaneous comedy show they want to break things up.
What I love about
Yeah.
you
Like,
being the youngest member of
like
our cast
almost-
is that you
Like
bring
almost
this.
naked animals.
Like you
Okay.
bring
What?
this, and like I was completely unaware of how like traumatizing Teen Titans Go was for your
It
generation.
is.
specifically.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
another reason to like anime is that the Sailor Moon series was an awakening for a lot of us.
A lot of different anime was an awakening for a lot of people. Digimon
Yeah.
was an awakening for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Not just Angemon, but Angemon as well. Angemon was
That's
an
a-
awakening for a lot of people.
I was about
are
to
you
say,
talking
let's
about
not
something-
even get
talking
into
personal
Inuyasha.
experience here, Twi.
No. I just remember seeing on the Reddit a lot of people talking about their awakenings with Digimon.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And let's not even get into Inuyasha, people. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
tell you that
Yep,
right
yep.
now.
Okay, Inuyasha was definitely like the I made it into anime. That was the
Yeah.
moment for me.
Crimson Rose, Transformers Prime. Anyone? I'm not really a Transformers
Yeah.
guy.
Transformers Prime was so goddamn good. The Hub channel posted on there, and it was fantastic. It was better than animated. It ran for, I
Ooh.
believe, like 3 seasons in a movie.
Sam
And-
Sketchy Stories at Celtic Phoenix. So SpongeBob is the Joss Whedon humor of the cartoon world. Yes.
Ooh.
Essentially,
Yeah.
yes.
It's
110%.
It's good on its own, and it does its job very well, but everyone's trying to copy it, and they're doing a shit job.
Yes.
Okay,
Anyway.
I do think Sailor Moon was one of the first introductions to anime that we had. Let me see when it came out in English. My apologies.
Oh, it had to have
for
been
mistake.
like at least 2003, something like that.
2005.
Okay, all right.
So
Oh, Kaijudo. I remember that show. Yeah.
I do have fond memories of watching Sailor Moon while eating my cereal and getting ready for kindergarten.
I remember
So-
watching it, watching it. Really, I think my first memory is watching Sailor Venus transform and thinking it was so
Yeah.
fucking cool because I loved Power Rangers at the time.
Oh,
And trying to
sorry.
explain it to my family, and now I'm looking back on that, I'm like, man, I was fucking weebish back then.
sorry to interrupt. We accidentally skipped Iza's super chat for $10. Very biased, but like Kamen Rider is Sunday morning children's programming, but it still covers heavy or darker topics, and also is willing to be serious and not just goofy.
I'm going to
absurdity.
pause you right there, Isa, because not all Kamen Riders are made equally. Kamen Rider Black Sun is not Sunday morning children's programming. All right? The very first fucking combat scene in that show, the first transformation combat scene, ended
Yeah.
with someone having their intestines ripped out and used like a fucking yo-yo. That is
That's
not
still
child
silly,
friendly.
though.
But for kids.
That's still pretty silly though. Not gonna lie.
Oh, okay. I should
But-
clarify. It wasn't like comedically done. It was like literally just dragging the guy around by his intestines in the fight. I just said
okay.
yo-yo because that's humorous to say, but it was played straight. It was horrifying.
Like, but the point definitely is that there was, in some ways, a lot more respect for cartoons and different diversity of cartoons and stuff back then than what we're seeing now. And a lot of that does have to do with the pervasive idea that cartoons are for kids, cartoons don't matter, cartoons aren't a legitimate art form, what this, that, and the other. Like, I've heard it all, even from my own family members. I have heard this kind of stuff. But like and the only thing that it does at the end of the day is hurt kids and hurt creativity, because if you're not having diversity of different kinds of shows, different kinds of storylines, allowing storylines to be more mature in cartoons, how are people going to see it as a legitimate art form and something that needs to be preserved and something that is just as good as other forms of media like Hollywood movies or something like that, or books, if you don't allow them to grow and be more than that?
Yokai Lover says Sailor Moon got dubbed even earlier than that. Also, Comics Code Authority did a lot for killing comics in the US. It did.
It did.
But I was gonna say one of my fondest childhood memories was renting Princess Mononoke for a sleepover that I was having with my friends, and not even realizing it, watching that scene where he shoots the arrow and like fucking pins a guy's arms to a tree and ripping them right off his shoulders. And I'm like, as a kid, I didn't know how to handle that. I was like, oh my God. But, I look back on that and I'm like, man, yeah, that was awesome. That was fucking great. The rest of the film should have been actually more like that. I wanted more of that.
No, that's the thing that you shouldn't ask for, Raymond.
Yeah, apparently not. But
No. I'm being serious. That is not what you should be looking for. Because
to be fair, Princess Mononoke is the very different kind of.
But
film.
what I'm saying is, like, I'm going more towards, like, kids are going to be interested in the things they're interested in, and you need to appeal more broadly. Well, I am definitely against using someone's intestines as a yo-yo for children in a non-comedic way. I mean, even in a comedic way, I think they'd be kind of fucked. Actually, that might be more fucked. But like I was gonna say, you shouldn't, like, there's a lot of shows that peel away from violence these days. Like, I know Power Rangers had to tone down the unmorphed fights because they didn't want violence and shit. And it's like, no, kids love that shit. Like, it's fine. It's okay, because kids are
But their parents don't, Raymond.
Yeah, that's the thing. The parents should be there to also tell them, hey, these people that they're fighting are bad monsters. They're doing monstrous things, but you should only ever do this if you need to protect yourself. Otherwise, just run. Like, having mature adult figures there is important, which is the other part of this. Like, puzzle.
Yeah, we can't have that because everybody has to work like 8 hours a freaking day.
Yeah,
and can't spend time with their freaking kids. Because that's just the way we are at right now. But even then, I do agree there's a lot of negligence on parents' parts, even in that extent.
A lot of parents expect the media to parent for them, and it's like, that's not how that works.
Which is the epitome of fucking Maverick bullshit to me.
Which is really funny because, like, it's twofold, really, because, like, that almost seems like an inverse of what was like when we were kids. At least, I'm not sure about when Kaiser was a kid, but definitely when Raymond and I were kids.
It was the inverse. Like, the parents around my time were saying, like, the opposite. That, like, oh, you shouldn't spend all your time, like, on this media stuff. You gotta go outside. It was extreme in the opposite direction.
Well, like, we had propaganda on our television on Canada. Like, they're actually beloved these days. Like, classic Canadian content is the TV propaganda of the really badly rendered CGI TV telling you to go outside and play.
Yeah.
I was about to say, remember the house hippo?
Yeah, the house hippo. Like I wish that we could watch a lot of these commercials that we had in Canada back in the day. They were just like propaganda, like telling kids these very basic things, like go outside and play, be skeptical of what you watch on TV.
Here, buy this rape whistle.
Oh my god!
I remember that there was a commercial about like being energetic or keeping up with your exercise, and it was so ridiculous because there were like two or three different versions of it, where one was like the kid is walking down the street, he has a pack of Pokemon cards, and he pulls out like this really rare card, probably a shiny Charizard or whatever. And then it blows away in the wind, and he's like chasing after it, but he can't reach it because he didn't do gym class enough, and so he got winded. And he lost the card.
I'm just thinking about this now,
you didn't do your laps, kid.
Someone in that production agency was like, "Oh, I have an idea. I'm gonna get a bunch of Pokemon cards on the government's dime. Hell yeah!"
Jesus Christ.
Crimson Rose. One more. 2012 Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, that show was really good.
Mm-hmm.
I really like that one a lot. One of very few that were good Nickelodeon around that time.
Anyway, we should probably continue the video.
Yeah,
We've been on this tangent for like 40 minutes, maybe more.
Sorry, Dark Matter.
Yeah, we're
Now,
sorry.
From the investment perspective, who cares if it's actually good or not? Shitty movies make hundreds of millions of dollars while great movies flop all the time. The investor is not concerned with the final product nearly as much as the final
I still can't
profit.
believe that Twilight is as
And
popular
that's
as it is.
what
Jesus
repeats
fucking
throughout
Christ.
the entertainment industry,
All of our yapping to say this guy is spitting, chat.
Yes.
That's the TLDR. This guy is spitting.
including video games. The result is homogenization. Everything becomes the same. Everything turns into sequels, remakes, reboots, and remasters of things that were already successful, already tried and tested. Don't want to take risks on anything new, but if you do, you better be able to compare it to something that is already known so that you can explain what it's like, which genre it is, which niche it fills, who the audience is supposed to be, which box you can be put into.
Oh God, I'm seeing like Silent Hill F right here. It's like, it has to be like the original games in X way, or else it's not a Silent Hill game. What the fuck do you mean?
Yeah, at
why
that
are you
point, it's
suddenly
like
the
it's-
arbiter of what is and isn't a Silent Hill game? Silent Hill: The Short Message sucks. It's still a Silent Hill game.
Yeah, I think at that point it's like whinging in the opposite direction. Excuse me. So many people are so afraid of things changing in the way that these studios are doing it that we are at the point where any amount of change is going to get reactions from people like that, regardless of the actual merit of them. You know, the conduct of their character, as it were.
Why does this always sound like... I think he's doing some basic level of like audio cleaning that's probably giving him that little bit of that reverb sound. So
Yeah, I had a big problem with that when doing the video for my client as well, because she unfortunately had a lot of background noise in her video because she had her air conditioner on in the same room as she was recording her video, and I'm like, why did you do that?
Oh yeah,
why are you torturing me like this?
If you want good audio quality, you're gonna have to live with just swimming in sweat. That's just unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I recently went to the premiere of an independent film on this past Sunday. Because one of my friends actually starred in it.
Nice.
It's a film called Late Night Delivery. I don't know if it's ever going to see the light of day anywhere but at this theater. I don't know what the distribution model looks like for it. But it was all independently made, and we actually had a pretty full theater. It was awful. Absolutely awful. But like for the record, the experience of watching it in that theater with a bunch of people, it was fun. It was a fun watch. The film, though, had a lot of issues, and chief among them, my God, the audio was awful. I'm pretty sure they just had the mic camera. So it was really bad, and I have no idea what level of cleaning they even tried to do on that. And when I talked to the director, and I was very upfront with my criticisms, I was just, first thing first, get better audio setup. That's really no boom mic. Seriously, I don't think they had a boom mic. I'm pretty sure they didn't. If they did, they didn't use it well. I remember when remakes were good, like The Blob or The Thing. Okay, you gotta be careful you gotta specify John Carpenter's The Thing. Because the Thing 2011, not very well liked. Even though I do defend it a little bit, it's not a great, well, I guess remake. It's not really a remake, it's a prequel. Anyway. But yeah, if you guys ever see Late Night Delivery out, it's fun. Watch it with a bunch of friends. Just have fun with it. Like, oh, why are you guys talking so calmly? There's a corpse 5 feet away from your car.
What?
There's a lot of why you're trying to deliver a pizza? Why are you going into the creepy barn? What the fuck?
Hey, now you got my attention.
Oh, yeah.
When pitching an idea, you better be able to do it in a sentence or two, which demands pre-existing familiarity. If your proposal demands explaining new concepts, you've already
That's been
lost.
a thing for forever.
Now, don't get me wrong. Art has always been a process of reiteration. Even something as old as the Bible says there's nothing new under the sun. But what we're seeing now is...
Sorry. Specifically, I was talking about log lines, and that's what he is talking about. In the novel world and the scripting world, those are called log lines, where or they're also known as elevator pitches, where it needs to be short enough and succinct enough that you can explain what is effectively the core of your premise within a sentence or two. And those have been around forever. That's not new. That's not something that has only been around for the past, 10 or 20 years or something like that. That has been around for a very, very long time.
Here's my proposal. All right, listen. Hear me out, all right? Elephant, no pants. I think what's going to make billions, all right?
Babar? I mean, Babar did really well.
What the fuck is Babar?
You never heard of Babar?
I've never heard of Babar?
I don't think I have.
Shit.
Oh my god.
I maybe just don't know the name. Let me
it's,
see. Babar. Oh, type Babar. Oh, yeah, no, I know what Babar is. All right, yeah, no. Okay. Sorry, I just didn't know it was... Wait, he has pants! Why are we talking about it not having... He has pants! You lied! You lied! My original IP!
I'm thinking about the original where he's mostly and partially naked for it.
But elephants don't wear pants, Raymond. Well, tell that to fucking Babar, I guess.
Yeah. Listen, Babar is just built different.
Far more explicit and direct. It's less inspiration and more direct copying. I remember people throughout my life telling me that the result of communism is that everything ends up being the same, homogeneous and boring. But as it turns out, when you drive all the wealth and power into the hands of the few and base all incentive structures on the accumulation of wealth and power, the result is quite similar. Everything ends up being the same, homogeneous, boring. All the little fish get eaten by the medium-sized fish, and all the medium-sized fish get eaten by the big fish. And
all right, I'm just gonna have to interject here. Let me tell you about all the fucking subsidies and shit that come out of governments that prop a lot of these mega corporations up. So,
oh yeah,
that's also true. Yeah,
we're not talking about pure meritocratic free market here. We don't have that, and whether or not that's even achievable is a question. anyone
Right.
as a big proponent of free markets, I recognize that achieving true free markets is borderline impossible, if not completely impossible. It's a harsh reality, but if you have a core ideological belief, recognizing that you will never be able to achieve it in its true purest form is unfortunately the reality of the human's existence, unless you do something fucking horrible in order to attain it. But even then, it's like you're never going to achieve it. Like it's like it will eventually fall because human fallibility is just a thing.
Well, yeah, but like there are things that you could do to to fix it, to make it better than what it currently is, but people aren't going to do that. So like companies not being allowed to consume other smaller companies or competing companies, that would do a lot for the free market, because basically what you're doing by allowing a company to consume another company is they are getting rid of the competition, making it so that the market isn't freer anymore.
Yep.
No, I totally agree, but also half of me disagrees. Like it's like one of those. No, I totally get what you're coming
There
from.
are two wolves inside
There are
you,
two
Raymond.
wolves, and one of them is named Toby. The other is named Toby. Both are named Toby. But like the other one is like, well, it's if in a free market, anyone that they agree to being bought out, they can be agreed. So it's like I'm torn, horribly torn on the issue of like monopolies and how they're born. I hate it.
Like
it's one of those just like why can't I find a solution?
Well, it's as you said, there is not going to be a complete free solution. You are going to have to give up some of those dreams and aspirations that you have for your fantasy version of this free market. And one of those fantasy things is allowing a company to abuse another company in order to gain a monopoly.
Right.
Yeah. All right, Birdman, it looks like a majority of your audience prefers Sakura over Kairi. You know what I can do? I can actually make this. I'll make this a poll for you guys.
Oh.
No, oh my god. Okay. I think we have a very correct. I think this is gonna be a stop, right?
As a character better.
This is Sakura from Naruto and Kairi from Kingdom Hearts.
I think there's a very, very correct answer here, Chad. I don't know about you.
I think that I also have my opinions as well on this debate.
Okay.
1 minute. You'll see.
Robbie, what do you mean you haven't watched Naruto?
And there we go. You guys can vote in that now.
Mineta. Well, why did you put Mineta in there?
Because who the fuck is going to vote for him?
Well, some people would because they're saying, well, at least he's funny.
They're contrarian. Well, that too. But, God damn.
At the end of the day,
we're
all
just
you have
sliding
left
scale
is a
in this
few
poll
really
right now.
big fish, and then everything you get must first be approved by the big fish. So we know that a lot of bad art is being produced, and by bad I mean unoriginal, unchallenging, homogenized content slop to feed the masses.
No, that's that I take great issue with that. You can have a lot of original stuff that's done poorly. I mean, the go-to, Star Wars: The Last Jedi isn't direct, like it steals from a lot in the past, but it tries very intentionally to subvert expectation and go in a way people don't expect. It tries.
I wouldn't use Star Wars as an example because it's not it. Especially the new gen isn't a new IP. I would say more Rebel Moon would be the example.
Well, yeah, Rebel Moon is also a good example of that. Although I mean, that's horribly derivative, but it does try to be its original thing. Like I mean, you can go. Freaking Babylon tried to be original. We don't want a repeat of that, do we? So it's like it feels like he's missing. It feels like he's going into this with one half of the missing piece.
Right.
Now he might address that later, admittedly.
Yeah, he might.
But is more bad art being produced now than there used to be? Yes, but not for the reasons I've already mentioned. It's just that more art is being produced now than ever before, and this includes both bad and good art. But per capita, I would not say that more bad art is being produced now than decades ago. There's a reason we believe that the quality of art is in decline, and it has nothing to do with the age-old excuse of societal degeneracy and immorality. Nostalgia can definitely play a...
Oh, God.
I missed
Yeah,
that.
I don't think that it's necessarily the moral degradation so much as the laziness of a lot of people. And we did discuss a bit of that, but
quite a bit of that.
Yeah, I don't think that I've ever really seen an argument for the moral degradation of media.
Well,
like,
I've seen a couple from like, you know, the far ends of like that kind of spectrum,
Yeah.
like Rant for Vengeance. I think someone requested that we like talk about Rant for Vengeance at some point. Oh my God.
I think like, of course, you're always going to have the outliers, the people who think that in the two extremes of the right and the left and whatever, we can more or less ignore those people. We're trying to talk about like the majority of people and what they're discussing, and what the majority of people are discussing isn't necessarily the moral relativism of media so much as the quality of the media. And like maybe in some ways there is the if you want to say the politicking of a lot of what goes on in a lot of the media stuff that we cover is moral stuff, then sure. But nobody really talks about it in terms of morality. They talk about it in terms of they talk about it in terms of the creative liberties and the creative purity, as opposed
there
to...
is something I think here, but it's a little bit of a sub thing within a sub thing.
Yeah.
In terms of like, I'm trying to think of what comes to mind, because there are a few instances of like weird moral messaging that comes across in some of these bad products. The one that comes to mind most readily is the way Marvel treats the Dora Milaje, the enforcers from Wakanda, who are just they could
just go around and do whatever the fuck they want.
They openly attack at the time Captain America in an attempt to kill him, and suffer absolutely no repercussion as a result of it.
When they were trying to settle things diplomatically.
Yeah, when literally our heroes were trying to settle things diplomatically, they get attacked. There's no like actual repercussion to the attack, and then all of Marvel's accounts are like, look at these badass bitches or whatever. They're taking charge. These badass women doing their thing. It's like they almost caused a major international incident by murdering quite literally one of the greatest spokespeople in all of America, like a major representative.
Raymond,
holy shit!
Have you considered Black Power?
It's like if any of our other heroes and they were white were going around doing this, and they were men doing this,
100%.
You would not be celebrating they just did.
I'm not sure necessarily if that's morality so much as the politicking that I mentioned earlier.
Well, I think it goes hand in hand in that like the politics takes precedent over any kind of moral consistency. Yeah,
or even grounding. As well.
Which is why I say it's a sub of a sub, in that the politicking is the sub, and then the moral degeneracy of it is even below that in terms of you see the first layer. Yeah, the first layer is Jersey Mike's, and then the second layer is Subway. I understand.
Well, I don't know, because like that could just be something that you could say that for literally anything, though. And that goes kind of into the whole curtains are blue argument as well. It's something... I don't think that it's something as clear-cut as that.
I mean, I can pull a lot more from Marvel, but it was just an example to throw out. Like, I think there is a level to it, but it's buried under the more pressing issues, which it's just bad writing.
Well, yeah, it is bad writing, but also, like, if the only example that you can go to is Marvel or DC, like, is it really a problem in media in general?
I could probably find more examples,
see.
but they're not coming. Like, I'm just not thinking.
Yeah, we've been
off the top of
going
my head.
on for a little bit.
Yeah, we've been at this about 3 hours, and we got maybe 10 minutes and 3 hours. That's fine.
Yeah. During the late 1800s, the ICC was created to make sure one railroad doesn't have a monopoly thanks to Vanderbilt, but it all changed after Penn Central. Yeah. I think I heard about that one time.
Penn Central was the merger of New York Central and Pennsylvania Railroad. Ah. All right. Well,
Moving on.
A huge part of it.
Okay. You
Only
take
one of
that
you are
part of it.
allowed.
But what's really happening with our inaccurate perception of declining art quality is a form of survivorship bias. It's why people of every generation feel that art used to be better than it is in the present, whatever present they were in, be it 10 years ago or 100 years ago. What do I mean by survivorship bias? Well, it's a logical error in which you concentrate on the successes of a group while ignoring the failures, which gives you a false impression. The most famous example.
1 minute. To be fair, Disney owns both Marvel and DC. No,
they don't.
DC is owned by
Warner
Warner Bros.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Unless you're saying that Warner Brothers either sold off DC, which they probably would not, or Disney has finally purchased Warner Brothers. Nah.
Which I absolutely look. Disney has gotten away purchasing a lot of shit. If there was a purchase going out for Warner Brothers from Disney, that requires I think the government would probably step in there.
Yeah.
That's a massive consolidation of IP in one swoop.
Yep.
I mean, the Fox merger was highly controversial, to the point that the government had to research that.
Yeah, and I still think that they shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I'm
this day.
Honestly, I mean, like, just I don't know. I didn't like Fox either. I don't like a lot of these companies anymore. I don't want them. Can we get rid of them?
Just because you don't like them doesn't mean that it's better for it to be swallowed up by another company.
Oh, no. I mean, I hate them both equally, and I just wish that we didn't have their bizarro, like, mutant children. There's a lot of that going around recently. Bizarro mutant children. Isn't Paramount trying to buy WB? Yeah, there's been bids made. I think that's a bad thing, too. A lot. If anything, these fucking companies should be dissolved into smaller ones. I would actually be way behind that.
Honest to God, because like there have been so many projects of like different, like especially animated shows that have been canceled, that where the people who created them have been crowdfunding in order to like eventually maybe get a sequel made. Like I remember the what's that one's name? The guy who made El Tigre has been campaigning for that for like the longest time because he loved making that show for Nickelodeon, and he still is on that track even to this day.
I know you said El Tigre, but all my brain heard was Mucha Lucha, and I have that theme song in my head now.
Wow, Raymond. Gee, I wonder why that you associated that. Is there something you want to tell us?
What?
Is there a bit of privilege you need to check?
What? Why did I associate El Tigre with Mucha Lucha? It's because they're actually animated very similarly.
I was
because they're both
to call you racist. Yes.
Well, I mean, I am, but
I was trying to make sure, just making sure.
Yeah. Look, I have my card. I have the official.
When you're so racist that you don't even realize when someone's calling you a racist.
Yeah, no, I have my racist membership card, like right here. You can take a look at it.
No, you were waving around a lot when you were talking about Yasuke earlier.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've got stamps for Black, Asian, Hispanic. I they've split up South American now from the Hispanic, unfortunately. So I still need to get that one. I don't know enough to be racist against them. I got French.
Well,
in
you
here.
know. Okay.
Yeah, you could be racist against the French.
Yeah.
I know Zero has that stamp.
Yeah. There's a Russian one here, but I don't think anyone ever gets that. I guess it's just okay to hate them though.
Yeah, I mean, I know a guy from Poland, but I don't think that counts.
I forgot. I was just looking at this. India. Got India. Yep.
Oh yeah, I got that one too.
Yep. Just the idea of
we're just comparing cards. Yeah, we're just comparing cards like they're magic
Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. Sorry.
That's First Strike or Vigilance?
Which Whitey do you have? Do you have left-leaning liberal on college campus, or do you have Southern hillbilly? Which one do you got? Which flavor of Whitey racism do you have?
How the fuck did we get here? Oh my god.
The holographic Charizard of racism.
Yeah.
That's either Inuit or Aborigine.
I was about to say that has to be the Chinese, right?
Oh no, that's common. That's like
that
rare at best. What the fuck?
Was in determining how to reinforce bombers in World War II. If a bomber made it back, then intuition told people to reinforce the areas of the bomber that received a lot of damage. But that's not very logical. If the bomber survived, then it proved that the areas that were damaged did not need to be reinforced because it could survive even if those areas were damaged. The ones that did not survive likely received damage in the other areas. So those areas, the undamaged areas, are the areas that should be reinforced. That way, more planes could make it back. Logical, but not intuitive.
Sorry, someone's like, I'll trade you white hillbilly for Indian. Now, which Indian are we talking about? Are we talking India Indian? Or are we talking North American Indian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it would have to be American Indian because we don't call them Indians up here.
Oh, interesting.
I see. I'll take the Sri Lankans.
We do have some historical documents, and we do use it in a historical context. But for everyday thing, they are First Nation.
Oh, and guys, if you guys want, your racist towards Arabs or Jews card, just subscribe to any Twitch streamer nowadays. Just do that.
I was gonna say Synthetic Man is just around the corner. I mean, we just covered him.
Yeah, well, that too. He has all the cards. To be fair,
yeah, he's the ultimate collector.
Right, he's been collecting them bitches like Pokemon for the longest time.
We suspect that he somehow just found like the motherlode of the original cards.
Yeah.
Gio has been saying that he would be trading Italian, and someone asked to. I think he also asked for German.
Yeah, I'm seeing
actually,
I was gonna say
I know
German.
One German person.
German is one of those like very basic cards. Unfortunately, like it used to be a hot commodity back in the 40s, but after that it kind of fell out of favor.
Makes you wonder.
Yeah.
In art, we have a similar kind of bias. Good art stands the test of time, while bad art is typically forgotten and swept into the dustbin of history. The result is that people compare the worst of the present to the best of the past. So, if you think about movies that were made in a particular decade of the past, you're only going to remember the good ones. But if you focus on only the bad movies and video games of the old days, you will actually have an endless library of garbage to sift through.
I mean, that is true. And if it wasn't for that, AVGN wouldn't have a career. But I raise you the counterpoint that even then, Nowadays, the problem is that most, if not all of the bad stuff are at the forefront of media nowadays. You know what I mean? Yes, there are bad, like freaking Disney movies every so often, like in the past, right? Some direct-to-DVD stuff that didn't do super well. But those aren't the ones that typically make it to theaters.
When was
Those
the last
aren't
time that an Oscar-winning nominee or an Oscar winner was a mainstream film? Like, it used to be that mainstream films were regularly the ones that were going up to win the Oscar, but now, in specific, it's Oscar bait. It's films that are built for winning Oscars to encourage that, as opposed to really trying to be more mass appealing while also having an artistic core. We've seen a diversification between the artistic side of film creation, which seems to be a financial loss, where then you also have the commercialized on the other end, where you see an artistic loss. And it feels like, for some reason, we've just given up the ghost on building some middle ground where you can be financially successful and artistically consistent.
Yeah.
Which is just, this is disappointing to me. I think the last one was maybe The King's Speech. Then even then, that was Oscar bait. That was pretty cool, but it was very popular at the time.
Hey, you leave Oscar out of this. He shouldn't have even been in Ruby.
Yeah, that's why we have to bait him out of the fucking show. Why do you think we call it bait?
God!
He's sitting there. He's like walking 5 feet and like, oh, a cookie. Oh, a cookie.
Candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
A piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy.
More than you could ever experience throughout your lifetime. For example, of the 1970s, you remember things like Star Wars, The Godfather, Jaws, Apocalypse Now, and a bunch of other great movies, sure. But do you remember other movies of the 70s like Skate Town, USA, Craze, Vampire Hookers, Moon of the Wolf, Orca, etc.? Here's a list of video games that were made in the 1980s. How many of them do you recognize as great games? How many of these games would you have disliked?
How many of these
how many people did they even... Yeah, I was about to say, how many of these games even got played at the time?
Yeah, Atari 2600, there are some of these consoles cost an arm and a leg to actually get. So access to games was so much more rare at the time. And there's also another note to hear that's interesting, is we are comparing a lot of the worst to a lot of the best back in the time. But then the question stands, we have the best as an example. Why, oh why, are you producing the worst if it was done better earlier? We have reference to better films. Why are films getting worse if we can actually more consistently reference older media that was quality? Why are we not learning from these better examples? That's probably a major question worth asking.
Also, right at the very top there, Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers.
God, now that's stuck in my head. Fuck! Go back to Mucha Lucha! Ah!
Those are the two wolves that we were talking about earlier.
Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers versus Mucha Lucha.
Yep.
Oh.
You know, one is Toby, and the other is Toby, and then, you know, got that. You know.
It's Toby or not Toby. That is the question.
That is Toby with an I and Toby with a Y. That's the difference.
It's Toby with an E. That's the more uncomfortable one. If you don't know how to pronounce it, you just say Tobe.
Tobe.
Probably most of them. I had access to a bunch of these games in the 80s, but only consistently played around a couple dozen of them. What you will find if you study the art...
Do you have enough money to buy all of them?
There's also something to be said that the 80s, the 70s, 80s, and 90s, up until the 90s, it was a very experimental time for video games.
Yeah.
Just like the early 1990s aughts and the 1910s were very, very experimental when it came down to film. It wasn't until very specific landmark films came along, or very specific landmark games came along, that certain types of gameplay or storytelling in film became more standardized and more accessible to a wider audience. So it's
Also,
like there's a lot more complicated metric going on here than I think he's giving credit for.
Also, I will say he is also showing a list that have a lot of copies. Like I'm seeing Frogger for the Atari 2600, Frogger for the Atari 7800, Frogger for the SNES, Frogger for ColecoVision, and then Frogger 2. It's like those are like 4 different versions of the same game. So like if you happen to have played Frogger on the Atari 2600, you've played those games. You've played all 4 versions of that.
Potentially. This is you're true. You're right. You're right that they're probably fundamentally the same game. Though I will give at least a bit of wiggle room in that versions between different consoles might have some level of variance.
Very rarely they do.
Well, in terms of like you have to program it differently, so it might have like different latencies and such like that. It's very minute stuff, but like you're right. You're right.
Those things don't matter. Like what I'm thinking about when I'm talking about different versions of the same game is like Avatar: The Last Airbender for the PlayStation 2 versus Avatar: The Last Airbender for the GBA.
For the PSP. For GBA.
I completely agree, Celtic. Birth of a Nation and Triumph of the Will really changed film. You joke, but it's true. I hate that it's true, but you cannot be ignored that these are fundamental benchmarks in the development of film. Mm-hmm. And they're also where you get several of the high-end racism cards, guys. Like, they were handed out at the premieres. You gotta get... God, if only I could get that premier black racism card that was given at the White House screening of Birth of a Nation, man. I mean, that's cream of the crop.
Those gotta be as rare as like some of the very first cards in Magic, man. Like Black
absolutely
Lotus.
Premium. We're talking like the first foil cards in their generation. Oh, Jesus. God. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what that was? I love this running gag. I think it's so stupid.
We do have the stupidest running gags.
I love them. God, we got to consolidate at some point a list of all of the gags that we have, and like we're 10 episodes away from our 100th. We got to make sure that's on the poll of like our best joke. Yeah, we're on 90 right now.
That we are on 90.
Holy crap.
I wasn't even looking at the numbers. Like, yeah, you're fucking right. Look at us, chat. Look at where we're at.
Of any decade is that far, far more bad art is produced than great art. After all, isn't that the very nature of greatness? It's unique, rare, exceptional. What's great is what gets passed on. Star Wars, The Godfather, Jaws, and Apocalypse Now are all movies that I currently own in the year 2024, 50 years after they were made.
I mean, ironically, my joke about memes, the DNA of the soul, it actually applies. This is all what, like, the some of the Metal Gear games are all about this kind of shit, where it is very much like genes, the ideas that are palatable, or the ideas that function in some way, shape, or form, or appeal to the human soul, survive and propagate, as opposed to, the ones that fail die out. And the question is, if you see the ones that are propagating and are functional, why are you trying to like, is your experimentation a mutation that will die out, or is it one that will persevere? And the question is, why would you ever intentionally make anything that has those failing qualities?
Yeah. Also, like, he's talking about stuff that has stood the test of time, and yet earlier on we were talking about how like Eureka 7 can no longer be found legally online or in stores or anywhere. You can't purchase the DVDs or the Blu-rays anywhere, unless if you happen to get lucky and find them at an anime convention,
I mean,
like we did.
Yep.
There's several pieces of film media that we don't know anymore because they were overwritten. I mean, it's one of the biggest tragedies. It's up there with the Library of Alexandria. I mean, maybe not as extreme as that, because that's a huge amount of information that we lost. But like when it comes down to the birth of an entire medium, we've lost so much of its early history. Even if it was garbage, we have lost so much of what was tried and failed that we could have learned from.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, also, like, not just overwritten, but there was a fire at a studio where a lot of these movies that were being preserved were lost just forever.
That happens also in like gaming. The original soundtrack for Sin, I want to say, is either Sin or the sequel series to Sin that only got one episode. Those were lost in a fire. Like there were things just historically, a lot of things have been lost in fires, guys. Make sure you have your fire insurance, all right?
Yeah. For real.
Well, not only that, but remember we actually watched the first 2 episodes of this show, Princess Guinevere and the Jewel Riders.
Yeah.
It's now being preserved. And I think that it might still be on Peacock TV for streaming, but you can't find the originals for it anymore because that also got lost in a fire. The producers the creators, the owners of that show had to go to archivists that are on YouTube and ask them for their copies of it so that they can put it on Peacock.
I hope
they were so happy.
Sorry, I hope one day Celtic will judge people not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. XDJK. No. Look, too slow. Like the content, I have to sit there and talk to someone before I judge them. What the fuck is that shit? Look, I just need a quick glance and my job is done. All right, and like nice, simple, to the point. Yeah, and I just get my day over with. All right.
Yeah, it's a visual quickie, guys. You gotta understand this.
How did we become friends?
But like,
it's easy. I didn't have a visual. I didn't have any pictures. I just had to go on voice alone, and you didn't sound like you were any of the lesser beings. So what?
I didn't sound like I was Canon Seeker.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, now we're moving on from joking about lesser beings to actually talking about one.
No, that's fair. That's my bad.
That's by the content of that character. But moving aside, in terms of lost media, nearly entire like seasons of Doctor Who, the original Doctor Who, are fucking gone.
They've had to. They still have some of the audio files, and they're doing like little animatics to try and basically rebuild them from scratch, which is really cool.
Yep.
Some of them are being found occasionally in places like Africa.
Yeah.
Which
is really surprising.
I can't remember where this was, but some woman was like recording on like, she was preserving some show or something like that. So she was recording on like 7 VHSs for years, like decades on. And now she's like one of the foremost archivists in terms of like certain like channels and shit. It's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
I wish that someone did that for like YTV, because I'm pretty sure most of what made YTV fun back in the day is just lost forever because that was live.
Celtic, judge the book by its cover, Phoenix. Look, how else are you going? Like, okay, not with people, obviously, but like literally with books. How else do you judge it if not like you're judged whether or not you're going to read it, if not by its cover and its back cover? Like,
oh my god, wait.
They are there for a reason, to advertise the book.
Unironically, hold on. This speaks back to a point that I was going to point out when Dark Matter talked about all of these games. that is literally how people judged which video games they are thinking about playing back in the day, before we had YouTube and all these other things. Before all these like really, really big companies start making moves, right? Is that, especially in my case, if a game's cover didn't really look all that interesting to me, or if I didn't like see it and just like the way it looked on commercials on TV, I wasn't gonna buy the freaking game. Neither were my brothers, for that matter. So there's that to also contend with why so many of these subpar games didn't really stand the test of time for people.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we're
my point is,
the thing is,
my point is, discrimination is based sometimes, chat.
we're also going back. People are going back and rediscovering old games that fell into the wayside. That basically,
yes.
I mean, we have a whole subgenre in the fucking horror field at this point of people discovering old games and them being secretly cursed and shit. And that's only possible because people are going back to actual real games, discovering them, and sometimes there's elements which they were like, oh, hey, they did this thing long before this other game that mainstreamed it. So maybe they were onto something. Maybe you can find interesting elements worth preserving. This feels weirdly dismissive of a lot. Like, it feels like it also just ignores that bad media can be good in weirdly not controversial, complex. No, wow, I'm
like,
bad
they
with
can have
words today.
redeeming qualities, right?
Yeah.
Like, the bad media from back then there were probably way more bad media with hidden good qualities in them than there are with the bad media nowadays. What is the redeeming quality of She-Hulk, guys? What's the redeeming quality of, I don't know, the last season of She-Ra, aside from Entrapta, I guess?
The Megan Stallion doing a twerk. That's the lasting impact of She-Ra. So not She-Ra. Sorry, She-Hulk.
She-Hulk.
Fucking. I was gonna say She-Ra's. God, I really like the She-Ra series from the mid-thousands. I actually really like it, but God, that last season is just so rough.
Yeah, that's why I specifically pointed that one out.
I mean, the whole series is unbalanced. Yeah. I wish it had been given more time in the oven.
Same.
Like prequels versus.
It's wild.
What I do not own, and what I will bet that you don't own either, is vampire hookers. But you know who was very well?
I bought 7 last week, my man. It's October. They're everywhere. Oh, you mean
Also,
the game?
The vampire
okay.
blackjacks too.
Like, some people do want to buy them just to own them.
Yeah, the
and
novelty.
to, like, have that notoriety. Yeah.
I have a book on my shelf that I got from a friend, and I both hate and love it because it's a weird fucking book called Vaders. It's all about spores coming down from Earth, infecting people, and turning them into, like, 50-foot tall, like, lanky monsters. Basically, it's proto Attack on Titan. It was really fucking weird. I hated it then, and I still hate it now. But it's weird to me that, like, somewhere around a decade, maybe 2, diverged from it. A major series sprouted out of the fucking ground with basically a similar premise of these giant humanoids that pop up out of nowhere and eat people. Like, okay, that's wild.
Yeah.
Now, Attack on Titan didn't end with them turning into giant cocoons for weird moth creatures, but, you win some, you lose some.
I have this 1989 cartoon movie from Hungary called Willy the Sparrow. It's not very good. It's very basic. And it's really weird. But I enjoy it because of those things.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all about a boy who is kind of like Sid from Toy Story, but instead of being mean to toys, he's mean to, like, birds. And so this fairy godmother of birds transforms him into a bird so that he can learn.
Oh my god, this is bird ant bully. What the fuck?
Yeah. and so
Holy shit.
he he uses his knowledge and his cunning to teach these birds lessons, and he also learns lessons, mostly how to fly, and he has this friendship with this old elderly bird because he is fascinated by humans. So like they have an agreement that he teaches Willie how to fly and Willie teaches him how to read books.
Kaiser, what the fuck is ant bully? No, we're not.
What?
going there.
No, the Kaiser, you're fucking with me. You're fucking
Yeah.
with me. You know what ant bully is. Also, Sore Heart for $5 says, I just bought a GameCube game called Mystic Heroes because the cover and back cover look good. Yeah. That's how a lot of people thought of, the way they purchased games back in the day.
Like, here's the thing. There's a lot of bad quality stuff out there. You never know until you actually play it or watch it or what have you. And the fact of the matter is, there can be good things in these that you have to be willing to dig into and find. Like, it's okay. Like we talk about why there's a lot of, there is a lot of garbage. But you can always dig through the garbage pile and find something interesting.
Always, yeah. And regardless of how we feel about, the overall feelings of media nowadays, we're not going to go the whole black pill route and say that, oh, it's all doom and gloom. There's nothing good anymore. Absolutely not.
I literally grew up as an iPad kid. What the fuck is an ant bully? Google image it.
Oh my God. Okay. But fucking what we're telling you is that we're at an age at the very least where it's a lot easier to look up things that you would yourself would be interested in. Yeah. So go out and find it however the fuck you can and never let that shit go.
Robbie, I'm checking the Discord. What am I not seeing? Am I not seeing something? Hello?
Oh.
You said check the Discord. Why? Is it not in art? Is it in something else?
Animation Club is you said.
Animation Club, what?
Oh, animation. Okay.
It's a little dancing twine.
Wait. Hold on.
Oh my God.
I'm trying to find it.
That's amazing.
Oh my God.
What is
Dog,
that
they went
dance?
that far back.
I think it's flossing.
It's the flossing.
Floss.
Holy shit. That's so funny.
That's great. Oh.
Just have this on screen whenever Raymond goes to the bathroom. He just tells her to entertain chat.
I do have a little walking Kelpie.
Oh my God, I found it.
Found what?
I found this other really obscure cartoon that I used to own. I think that unfortunately the VHS version got corrupted. I have been wanting to eventually find another VHS to replace it, but it's this little cartoon called The Seventh Brother, where this puppy gets lost and gets adopted by a family of rabbits.
Oh. Okay, that's interesting.
Where did it come from? Was it also? No, it was German. That's what it was.
Oh, I see.
All right. Well, do you think it's been 40 minutes? Do you think we should end the vote? And we're about 70 votes out of 75 people. So
Yeah.
I think most of y'all had the right answers, including the people who just outshone fucking Sakura. Just pick Mineta over Sakura.
I was gonna say the fact that Mineta is competitive with Sakura. Holy shit! How bad is Sakura? I have never gotten that deep into Naruto to know how bad she gets,
buddy.
Oh, she's bad.
She's really bad. In fact, I recently watched a really, really good video tackling that. That was made today. Granted, it was coming at it from a little bit of a feminist lens as well, but in a way that felt additive to the discussion. Yeah. I feel.
Does anyone else wear butt ugly Martians? I wish I didn't.
I never saw it.
I actually used to watch a little bit of that. It wasn't all that great, but I still watched it. I will say for the poll though, I accidentally clicked Sakura. I wasn't actually going to vote.
What?
Okay.
I wasn't going to vote at all. I accidentally clicked it.
Oh
I can
my
forgive
God.
it because it was actually you thought you were voting for Sakura, your OC.
Yeah, okay.
Which, fair.
Sakura is a much better character than Naruto Sakura.
Aware of
Nah,
all the
Barbo,
bad
all right.
art of the 1970s? The people of the 1970s, while they lived through it.
Sorry, 1 minute. Yugok says, I'll raise you Jungle Drayet Hugo. What?
What?
Um,
Jungle dry.
Again, am I
Drayet?
whispering like CIA code words to sleeper agents? Is that what you guys are making me do? Am I activating someone? Like,
Oh wait. No,
Okay.
direct.
It's a Danish-
Okay, yeah.
it's a Danish TV show.
No,
Or
this is real. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm seeing it right now.
It's based on
Okay.
a lullaby.
oh, I see. I was gonna say my favorite. Like, I don't typically care about Danish things unless they're cream filled. But okay.
Wow. Okay, you got your Danish racism sticker now.
And my pervert sticker if you think about it hard enough. I got both.
All right, we're going back to the video.
But not anymore. They forgot about it all. And now they only remember the greats. The great stuff from back in my day, which was so much better, you see. And what if back in the 1970s, social media existed with culture
man.
war critics
That'd be a much
man.
different. Like, you're not. If it existed back then, the world would be so much different. It's a weird argument you're making here because fundamentally, those things could only have been made in that environment without social media the way that they were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like, my guy, there's a lot of things that I hold very precious to me that are very fucking obscure. Again, I will go back to The Seventh Brother. I will go back to Willie the Sparrow. I talk a lot, and I have shown all of my friends the horror that is Sally and Samson.
One of my favorite games when I was a kid was Metal Arms Glitch in the System, which bombed pretty badly by what I understand because it was poorly marketed, but and also is in like IP hell, so you can only emulate it unless you have the original hardware. It is a game lost to time. It has a lot of cool ideas. It's not particularly well balanced, unfortunately, but at the end of the day, it's a game that's just been lost.
Rune Factory 3. Well, that got a Switch port, so.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
beating the drum that vampire hookers is an obvious sign that we are in decline from the great days of the 1940s, which
I mean, yeah, but that's a different circumstance. Not
Also-
just because things would be different because of the internet, but also because of the fact that, like, the media companies that existed back then, there wasn't like complete forerunners that have been completely that have been made homogenized by the, you know, all the big fishes eating the little fishes, like you were talking about before.
I need to also be recognized here. We are taking it on faith that vampire hookers is bad. We are taking on faith both as you as a person and also on the absurdity of the name. But for all we know, it's a fantastic comedy of some sort.
Yeah.
It's some, or I don't know if it's a game or a movie. I don't know what it's supposed to be.
I think
They say it's a movie.
It could be a fantastic schlocky fun time. It could actually be something that leans into the absurdity of its premise. For all we know,
like Tropic
it's
Thunder.
a porno, and which it sounds like it could be. Which has a very specific aim, for the record. So it's different criteria for what is considered good. For all we know, it's a greatly shot porno.
Maybe.
We're taking this on faith that you're saying that this is a bad film, even though it might not be. What?
I'm just remembering this clip from this schlocky vampire film from Europe of like oh they hold up a cross. It's like to stave off the vampire, and they're like, "Ha! Joke's on you! I'm a Jewish vampire." So
I remember that. Oh, I wonder what that was.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I heard that before. Holy
That
shit.
because there's a joke like that in The Mummy, the Brendan Fraser Mummy.
Yeah.
Yes,
Where you have what's his face like going through an entire like necklace of different religious symbols, and the only one that saves him is the fucking Star of David. He's like, ah, yes, the symbol of the slaves. And it's like, oh, Benny, you're on the wrong side of the river.
such a great film.
God, it's such a good film. Ugok says, funny enough, I know that franchise because 2 movies I saw on German cable TV. The songs were pretty fun. Also, shockingly compelling romance somehow. Interesting. Wait, what are we referencing here?
Wait, which franchise are you talking about, Ugox?
Yeah, are we talking about vampire hookers? Are we talking about...
They said...
I don't know,
the
actually.
Hugo thing.
Because we were like...
No, wait, Hugo's
we went on a
Danish.
huge list of things.
We did, yeah.
Previous
Super chat.
Oh, Jungle Drat Hugo.
Okay,
Yeah, I was
all
right.
Okay, cool.
You gotta specify that.
Okay.
Wow, okay. Apparently we gotta check out vampire hookers now. It sounds great.
But yeah, it's assuming that movie is bad. But also, like I said, we have to also take into account that, like, was Vampire Hookers made by a super huge, reputable fucking, media company that put it on every person's TV to tell them to watch? I mean, I'm assuming not because of the name and how, people probably wouldn't be okay having
that's
a commercial
also something to be
about
said,
vampire
is that,
hookers back then.
Advertisement and mass distribution of information so much different than it is now. Like I'm totally on the argument that there's a lot more bad now, but there's also probably a lot more good now, and it's all mixed together because we have such a access to such a variety of things that it's all burying itself. And that's an interesting problem to have. It's I don't know how you deal with that, but I think it's okay. But it's weirdly different arguments, and I think the more consistent thing to have is we have more bad, we have more good, but the question is, why do we have more bad when we have great examples of a lot of good back in the day? Like, why are we not
most importantly,
referencing this benchmark?
Yeah, most importantly, why is so much of the bad being made by all of these titans who have made good shit in the past and should know better than to do shit like this over and over and over and over again? Because it's not just the fact that there's more things being made, it's that they're up in your face.
Oh,
all the
apparently
fucking
that
time.
was in Dracula 2000, and the guy pops out a blade out of a crucifix and stabs the vampire in the eye.
Oh, the joke that you were talking about, the Jewish vampire thing. Okay.
Ah, okay.
Ah.
The General Anyone, 1920 silent action film, Buster Keaton, just me. I need to watch that. I've become a big fan of Buster Keaton. I actually think he's funnier than Charlie Chaplin. Even though Charlie Chaplin was much more about talkies at later in his career, Buster Keaton is just magnificent when it comes down to like practical comedy stunts. He's legendary.
Yeah.
Brought us Gone with the Wind,
That's why.
Casablanca, and The Wizard of Oz. What about this decade, the 2020s? Well, COVID put us a bit behind in terms of production, but to hear modern-day social media culture war critics, you would think that absolutely nothing good is being produced now.
No?
Well, it depends on which critic you're talking about. Like, even someone like the Critical Drinker, for example, which I would imagine he would be lumped in with those types, has recommended recent movies and even indie movies on occasion. Granted, I'm not much of a follower of his channel as much as I used to, but he did do those things.
I was gonna say, like, that was a whole thing, is that you had the beef between him and I Hate Everything.
Your movie sucks.
Oh, your movie sucks.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. It was Your Movie Sucks. And YMS ended up going on EFAP, and EFAP was like, okay, man, let's walk you through this, because Drinker does promote a lot of these indie things, and you're just not looking at those videos because those aren't the most popular ones for a reason.
Well, you already
because people are going to him for the inflammatory takes, but in between them, he is recommending things that he finds, including things in the indie space.
Well, the issue is in that case was that it was like a protest to his protest in a weird way. Like he's mad at him for complaining about modern movies and, you know, like the high profile ones, and saying, oh my God, why not just talk about all these indie films that nobody's ever heard about, that Adam barely really promotes on this channel all that often. So, and I'm just saying, like, just because he doesn't promote any of and uses that as the argument, by the way, as to say, oh, movies have never been better. But, like, it's very clear what specifically Critical Drinker is talking about. And even if you want to say that that is a flaw, why are you saying that's making it seem like it's a flaw specific to Drinker anyway? Man, you need to point him out that he's the problem.
YMS ended up being so weird. I mean, did you guys not tell? He's weird as fuck. Yeah, that was I mean, anyone
I didn't know everything about him.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, he may or may not be interested in actual horses, not just the furry.
Oh no, like that. No, he's been open about that.
Oh, has he? Okay.
He's been he's been very open about that.
Oh, right. Sorry, I was gonna say, like, recently something blew up because they were analyzing. Oh yeah, he is all for consensual zoophilia. He's all for animals can totally consent, guys. It's like, Adam, buddy, no, they can't. That's not how.
I mean, that's a thing and a half. But, like, yeah,
isn't why putting that aside, he's still a pretty good critic, and
yeah. But as far as here, it's sort of a similar case where, like, yeah, we can look at all this good media being made somewhere else, but that's clearly not what we're talking about, right?
Average Panda horses don't even speak the same languages.
You know what? Good point, Average Panda. Very, very good fucking point.
Yes, fucking horses, they all speak Italian. just imagining, like, if a horse walks up, holds its two hooves in front of its face, like beep bada boop, beep bada boop. I am punching my Italian.
Modern day social media culture war critics, you would think that absolutely nothing good is being produced now.
Well, no. In fact, I was about to say most of the critics praised Arcane season 1. To be fair. So there's that.
And many of them, like, again, this was like one of the most productive parts of the EFAP conversation with YMS, is the acknowledgement that most media discussion happening these days are being had about major releases. They aren't being made about the
That's what I've been saying.
Yep. It's all been focused on the major productions from major corporations who are supposed to be arbiters of quality, because
how
the average... you got so big on good quality creations, you were supposed to keep on producing quality creations, and when you're not, why are we paying you exorbitant
people are going to be mad about that, especially since most people are not going to know where to go to, like, look up, like, indie films or go to these film festivals like Adam is able to afford to go to. That's just not going to happen.
Remember, goddamned hilarity happened when Silk Song released, and everyone and their mom in the industry was like, how are they releasing it for only $20? They're making us look bad. And it's like, yeah, they kept their overhead low. They actually used the resources they had because they were passionate about the project, made a great game, and they never had to delay because of anything financial. They were just having fun. It's like, like they are the ultimate indie success story. And you guys are getting fucking wrecked by them in sales to the point they crashed every major store in the system when it was being bought. Like, it's hilarious. Imagine the price of GTA 6.
I bought it immediately as soon as it came out. I'm so happy.
Imagine the price of GTA 6. It comes out, and it gets middling reviews. Because it's not going to have innovated enough from GTA 5. And people are going to be like, wait, the only thing that's better about this are the graphics. I'm not getting a new gameplay experience from this. Because everyone keeps focusing on that element instead of focusing on anything actually new.
Yeah, because of the freaking higher pixel count, apparently, and that kind of shit. Instead of what is actually different about the game and its mechanics.
The golden era of high art is behind us because everything is ESG, DEI, PC, or whatever thought-terminating acronym you want to use to just become another version of the grumpy old man shouting at kids to get off your lawn.
Some of these issues are actually relevant. We've established this, that there is a lot of people ideologically pulling in different directions. Are they the root cause of the bad writing?
No.
They can be, but more often than not, there's already bad writing, and they're just making a problem worse.
Yeah, like I said, it's the lightning in the bottle of a lot of different things. Just culturally, things were heading in a certain direction, and just the practices of creating products are heading in a different direction.
Oh, Gary.
And so they just kind of collided with each other.
Grim Melkin, you're absolutely correct. GTA 6 is going to get 90 plus across the board. It's probably going to get 10 out of 10s across the board. But I guarantee you will, unless they have actually innovated, you are going to see a decay in its reputation. To the same way, a lot of Halo got a lot of 8 and 9s. I think Halo 5 got like a 9 out of 10. I'm pretty sure across the board. I'll have to double check on that. There are plenty. Cyberpunk got, 10 out of 10 across the board? But they were only allowed to show footage from certain parts of it, and then its reputation fucking tanked. Cyberpunk is an extreme circumstance because it did it immediately because of all the failings, but gameplay-wise, as I understand it, it was just not a well-made game underneath, even when it was fixed, quote-unquote. It took an entire expansion pack to rehabilitate that and a ball-bustingly good anime, apparently, to rehabilitate its entire image.
Which is just another win for Japan, by the way.
Well, it's another win for cartoons. Cartoons saved the day.
Yeah, it did.
It's another win for lollies, everyone. Remember, the lolly stays. That was like the most Chad response. Like, no, we're not removing Rebecca. She's like, and everyone loved Rebecca.
That was definitely funny, yeah.
Incentive structure of social media promotes that type of content because it's divisive and negative, which ends up reinforcing the narrative that concentrates primarily on the bad art of today and compares it primarily to the good art of the past.
People didn't like
that wouldn't really it wouldn't really gain as much traction as it did if there wasn't a kernel of truth. Basically.
People didn't like Rebecca. No, you don't understand. Like the suits didn't like Rebecca and were like, hey, remove this child-looking character from our anime because it's too promiscuous. And they were just like, no, the loli stays. Like, I think that was like actually an exact quote.
Yeah, that was the exact quote
from the development team at Trigger. And it's like, they won. they stuck by their guns. And she ended up becoming the biggest standout of the show, and people were gutted when they learned what happened to her. So
Yeah.
it's like, this goes back to like how there's a lot of Western developers, like the UN tried to put pressure on Japan to to outlaw things like lolicon and Shotokan. And it's like, Japan is like, look, we have our culture and our norms and such. We're not letting you pressure us into changing these things.
Yeah.
And they
Like,
basically said, fuck off.
There's a lot of things that is wrong with Japan as a culture, but we as outsiders can't really force a country to change their cultural practices to fit our personal tastes. And
I was going to say, you
preferences.
flip it. Japan often has a lot of censorship when it comes down to violence and gore in their games. A lot of games that originate in Japan have to censor themselves in their own home country to fit very strict guidelines, like Resident Evil and Silent Hill. They can't have gratuitous amounts of gore in certain circumstances. However, over here, fucking free game. Gore barely measures in our censorship books these days. Gore is all over the place. So it all kind of balances out in that we all have different cultural standards of what's acceptable. Apparently, Mineta flirting with a fucking 7-year-old is acceptable to them. So
well, that's what I was asking Noel earlier. I'm not sure if she understood like what I was asking, but like I was asking if that in particular was what was said in Japanese and like how people took that. But yeah, because I know how the West took it, and the West took it very badly. But apparently, some people were saying that that's not what he was saying at all. So, like, I just wanted to get the consensus on that.
Yeah, I would have to look back on that scene in Japanese and really pick it apart, like, audibly.
Our natural tendency to be aware of all the bad art that is currently being made, which will be forgotten by the time the next decades roll around and we look back at the 2020s as the golden era of high art.
Okay, no. That is never gonna fucking I'm sorry, dog. Ain't no way anybody listen. I will give you that someone will probably try to go back and say, "Oh my God, The Last Jedi is such an underrated classic." There is nobody, there's not going to be a huge major movement that is going to say War of the Worlds Amazon edition is a timeless classic. You're out of your fucking mind. That is never gonna happen. No one's going to go back and try to say that. Oh my God, it's like
that
a really,
fucking
really bad
film is
cartoon.
real. They made
someone
made that fucking movie.
It's a real film. It's a real movie that was made today in the year of our Lord.
Oh,
2025.
It's this Ice-T going. Oh my God. Oh my God! Ice Cube. Sorry, wrong chilled object. Wrong chilled shape. Jesus.
Wrong chilled liquid.
Oh God, that was so. Oh.
but yeah, like I'm sorry, man. Like. No, there is some media that is always going to have its defenders, right? But there is not going to be for a majority of things that are bad right now. And again, with those things being at the forerun of how people approach media, like at the average person, they are not going to look back on almost any of these really bad shows and movies and games.
So by that
fondly.
logic, Silk
That's
Song
not going
will
to
have
happen.
no impact and be forgotten by time. No. But it will I don't think, and this might just because we have a shift in our understanding of media and the nature of our discussions around it. I don't know if we're ever going to have another quote unquote golden age. I don't know if we'll ever witness that in our lifetime again. Like the last thing I can remember that was anything close to that was, say, the Breaking Bad epidemic or the or the Game of Thrones epidemic, like that, things like that. There
Right.
was the gaming year. 2007 was a really good gaming year. We've had a couple of good gaming years. We haven't had a blockbuster novel year.
No.
Like since the Harry Potter craze, since the Aragon and Twilight crazes, and those are young adult. We haven't had actual novels actually like take the spotlight anywhere in such a long time.
Well, we
Right.
have, but they've been bad. Like, I mentioned this earlier, but Fourth Wing got really, really fucking big. A couple of months ago, actually, there was a party that my local bookstore was throwing for Fourth Wing's new publication. Also, Lightlark was pretty big. Like I think it fell off pretty badly after the second book, but there are, I think, 3 books for Lightlark out now. But Lightlark was really big when that first came out. So like Fourth Wing and Lightlark are kind of the 2 books that defined the romantasy genre. And they were pretty huge. They weren't, well, no, both of them were official publications, so they weren't indie, but they were picked up by TikTok. Well, Lightlark was picked up because of TikTok, and Fourth Wing was mandated to be made because of trends.
I was gonna say, you were pointing out like our golden age is not having the AI craze. I was gonna say we might actually be entering into a new age here where it becomes even harder to actually have a golden age because AI is going to overpopulate.
Yes.
It's a very real, terrifying reality.
Like,
we could be facing.
again, I go back to the whole freaking cartoon discussion that we had. In Cartoon Network, what were some of the really good shows around 2018 or 19 that were still going at that time? Adventure Time, Regular Show, Gumball, Steven Universe, and one other one I'm probably not thinking of right now. Okay, go all the way back to like 2005 to 2010. Ed, Edd and Eddy, Billy and Mandy, Ben 10, Teen Titans, Justice League, all of the freaking Justice League.
Courage
Oh my
the Cowardly
god.
Dog.
Courage the
Powerpuff
Cowardly
Girls.
Dog, Powerpuff Girls, Samurai Jack, Dexter's Laboratory. And that already, that's way more than the good stuff that was in the 2016 to 2018 era that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
TMNT 2003. Yeah, you guys are right. Keep it moving. You see where I'm getting at? As time moves forward, less and less attention to creativity and respecting the writer's vision is happening. That's why art nowadays is especially worse. You can't just say, oh, well, as time changes, people are always going to say the same shit.
Just wait till Morning Glory Milking Farm becomes a movie. That would be a blockbuster. That'd be a ball buster, honestly. And it would have to probably be in the X-rated films. Well, I was gonna also like where was it? I saw something that had a light ding in my head, but now I can't remember it.
Shit.
Fuck, where is it? Life man. Oh no, my brain.
Oh no.
Your train of thought, it left. Gotta go catch it.
Oh, I was gonna say I rue the day that we see the first fully AI generated children's show.
Oh,
yeah.
That's coming, guys. That's fucking coming.
Yeah.
Unless AI dies out, at least I should say, unless the MLs die out as they are and get reconstituted into something like more ethical, we're going to see that in our lifetime, and it's going to be fucking atrocious.
And it's hard to believe that we will see something worse than Coco Melon.
But we will. It'll be there.
Yep.
Yeah, probably will. Which is very, very, very unfortunate. 20 Simi Rescinded 2019. You get the general point. Like late 2010s Cartoon Network, basically.
We're talking
That's
about
what I'm
when series, roughly around the series started, not necessarily when they ended, or when they were at their peaks.
Yeah, that's
Right.
I am hoping so much that it is a bubble that will pop.
Yes.
One of those things. So if you're enjoying AI, I guess enjoy it while you can. I get the feeling that it's not going to be around as long as a lot of the speculators hope. So
Yeah, well, like, and we've talked about this before, but there are applications in which AI can be useful, like in the medical field.
Oh,
I
yeah.
recently saw a short where farmers were using AI to sort their poison potatoes from their good potatoes. And like that's a good application for it.
I was gonna say there are machine learning algorithms are really neat and can be used in really cool ethical ways. I always point to Into the Spider-Verse. They use a machine learning algorithm to help speed up the generation of the outlines of their characters, and they go in, they do cleanup, but it helps basically speed up the entire process. It's really neat. But what we're seeing right now is the over abuse of it, and that needs to die. That needs to die real fucking badly.
Really fucking fast.
Because as
because it's being
AI
used in
is
there's
being-
anime using it right now, like for stills, like super high detail. It's just disgusting.
Yeah.
It
as
sucks.
a creative piece of media, for the most part, I think AI should just be a toy. It is a toy that works really well as being a toy, and you can maybe use the toy in some professional context, like we said for the Spider-Verse, but it shouldn't be this big thing that we use in everything in everyday life for every single art piece ever. There's a video that I watched talking about AI, and the big thing that video started on was talking about the microwave and how when the microwave was coming out, it was sold as this new way of cooking and that you could use everything for the microwave, that you could cook your big Thanksgiving meals in the microwave, and that you'll never have to cook any other way ever again. And now we mostly just use it to reheat our leftovers.
Yeah. Air fryers are being sold a lot the same way now. But like we learned that the technology has really good applications in specific ways. Yes. I would like to know the implication of microwaves.
Is microwaves an instrument?
So it's like, but we're going to be seeing the abuse of it until the bubble pops, and that's the unfortunate truth. And even after it pops, we're probably going to still see levels of abuse that need to be relegated. Because I don't mind it being used in creative fields, but you need to do it ethically, and doing it ethically requires a lot of work and a lot of licensing. And that's the unfortunate truth about it.
And that is the thing, because AI, as it is right now, even with all the theft that it doesn't make money. So imagine how far in the hole they would be if they actually paid everyone for the art that they stole.
Absolutely.
That's true.
There is legal cases going forward because of Disney and the like. It's in the rare instance of like, I don't need Disney to win, I just need AI to lose. But, but people are talking. There have been major companies that are like, "Hey, if this happens, our entire model collapses. It'll be completely non-profitable." And it's like, yeah, maybe it should.
Yeah, maybe it should. I don't know, buddy.
Because we forgot about all the
I don't
bad
think
stuff.
either would be good.
In the 2030s and beyond, in terms of sheer popularity, people will remember this decade as the decade that gave us blockbusters like Oppenheimer, Barbie, Tenet, and continuations of Dune.
No one's going to remember Tenet. People barely remember Tenet
I was
now.
about to say, barely anyone talks about Tenet. What are you talking about?
I was confused. I was like, what's Tenet?
It was a Christopher Nolan film. And,
Okay.
Yeah. And
it's
about?
an espionage movie,
it's
I believe.
About it's really hard to describe. It's one of the reasons it failed is it's about a guy, I guess, that dies and he starts living the world in reverse, and it's like a espionage, like the secret society of people that live in the world of reverse time. It's
yeah.
I mean that's interesting, but
the main character is
if it
named
is
the
a bit too
protagonist.
Wait for real.
The character doesn't have a name. He's just called the protagonist.
Okay.
Which could be cool, but I feel like that's not what the film should be going for. I don't know. It's weird, apparently. With reverse entropy resulting in backwards time. Huh. No wonder.
So I'm just staring.
I feel like Isa would know that.
Yeah, I'm just staring at this Dune photo, and I'm like, I know that that's not him, but doesn't that guy at the top just look like he should be in Lord of the Rings instead?
The main character?
Yeah.
Like, you think he looks like Elijah Wood? Really?
Yeah, he looks like Elijah
Oh,
Wood.
fuck, you're right. He does look like Elijah Wood. I mean, to be fair, Dune is going to be remembered. I'm pretty sure it's probably the most faithful adaptation we've had of the series of the novels.
I was about to say, like, of course, people are going to remember that because it's not only a great adaptation, it's an adaptation of one of like the biggest like freaking sci-fi novel series.
Yeah, I mean, Dune is considered up there with Lord of the Rings in terms of influential on speculative fiction. It is huge. So I haven't heard enough to say that it's anywhere near Lord of the Rings quality, but I hear it is really well beloved, this interpretation. So
yeah,
oh, that's good.
John Wick, Top Gun, James Bond, Avatar,
James Bond.
Wait, who's gonna? I'm sorry, who's gonna say Avatar?
Let's
This is
go.
the decade that gave us blockbusters like Oppenheimer, Barbie, Tenet, and continuations of Dune, John Wick.
John Wick, his reputation has started to sag. Just putting that out there. I know they are continually making money, but Ballerina, I'm pretty sure, failed. So it's not an IP that can handle itself. I think it's an IP on the verge of collapse.
Top Gun.
Top Gun was one
is a
film,
sequel,
and it's a sequel
Yeah.
to a film, and was very reverent to it, which is probably one reason it's such a refreshing breath of air.
Yeah.
James Bond is a dead IP
Well.
right now. This is the decade that killed it.
Yeah.
Oof.
We're still sitting because it ironically killed him. So
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
I do
They're
want to go
going
through
to,
all the Bond films at some point with you guys. I think that'd be fun. Like starting from Dr. No all the way up to present. But that's like 20-something films, so it's gonna be a while.
Bond, Avatar.
Avatar? Literally no
Fucking
one talked about Way of
Avatar!
Water. The most popular thing about it was the first film back in the 10s. I'm sorry.
Yo, we just fast forward freaking 40 years later, and you just have kids be if my fucking grandson, if my grandkids walk up to me and be like, "Hey, granddad, Avatar's the shit," I would smack the side of their head so fast.
I want
to
fuck a blue alien woman. And it's like, look, we only know that green alien women exist. I'm sorry. We can't paint them blue.
Yeah, yo.
Or Inside Out in Michigan.
Inside Out 2, I don't think was well received.
I barely even hear anything about Inside Out 2.
Mission Impossible,
Yeah.
Dead Reckoning. The last two films have not been well received.
Impossible, not to mention whatever the second half of this decade has yet to produce. Yes, good art is being produced, but notice that what actually has the funding to support popularity is almost all derivative. So both issues.
Yes.
People hated Turning Red.
Yeah.
People hated it.
Yeah, that's
it's
Turning
completely
Red.
like it's a relatively original idea, but people hated it. That goes to the whole point about the weird moral messaging of things, because people thought the moral messaging of that film was fucking weird, and that like, oh, rebel against your parents. There was no like moderation in that message. There was it was all just rebellion, and twerk at your mother. It's like, the fuck.
Why did they have
I've never
twerking in it when
watched
that's
that.
from 2001, 2002?
That's a good
Like
question.
that?
Why wasn't there? It's one of those like it's badly written and it has a weird message as a result. What the fuck?
It had a pretty mixed response from what I could tell. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because like from what I know, and I still haven't watched it, but that's mostly because I barely watched Disney films the past 10 years or so. But
Yeah, same.
from what I know, a lot of it was wrapped around people being weird because one of the big messages was surrounding female reproduction and going through puberty.
The idea
stuff,
of, like, which honestly, that stuff is fine. What people are pointing out here is like Turning Red says, "Sell your body to buy concert tickets."
Huh. I've never heard that in any of the discussions that were made. The only thing that I ever heard about was people saying, "Oh, it's weird that the movie talks about girls' periods."
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, when I hear people complaining about that, I'm like, I don't know. I feel like you could make a relatable film because there's plenty of like movies that focus on boys talking about boners, like that.
Yeah, but this goes into the discussion about like sexism and how it's okay to talk about like male puberty and all of that, but when it comes to anything related to what women experience and what women go through, suddenly people are like, "That's weird. That's gross."
Yeah, but like I can see like you could have an interesting film about that. I just think that like the rest of the messaging was very anti-parent. I know that was the really big complaint that I heard people talking about and having an issue with. Although, to be fair, a lot of that was muddled in the period discussion, and I thought it was like I kept thinking in the back of my mind, like, I don't know, I feel like there is a way to do that tactfully. I feel like there's a way to go about that, and from what I heard, it was fine.
From what I know, and I don't, because I should probably watch it just to see what the hell is going on in that film, but from my understanding when it comes to the stuff with the parents, it's not that much different than what was going on with Brave, with Merida and her mother.
I don't remember any kids film discussing male puberty at all. I'm pretty sure there's a lot, like, pretty sure they make reference to it at the very least.
Yeah. But like there's also
always directly, but yeah,
there is also differences with how men and women and male bodies and female bodies are seen in public. So there is also something to be said about talking more openly about female puberty because it is seen as something that's kind of gross. For the past couple hundred years and even kind of up to now, female puberty and periods are seen as something that is shameful and that's something that you should be ashamed of having to endure, which does fuck up a lot of girls and their self-esteem.
So none of you none of the anti-parent stuff is fucking overblown. Wait, none of it's overblown, or all over? Like you got that's a very operative word to get wrong if that's not what you meant.
Well, like we're just saying that this is what we've seen people talk about in reviews of the film. So we don't know. Like all we know is what other people have told us.
Right.
Look, we're basically talking about how this has an impact in the negative. This is like this. There is something here that should be discussed. I'm trying to actually remember what the exact point we're trying to make with this. Like the films that will be remembered. It's like that will be remembered very negatively.
Yeah. Actually, just a couple of hours ago, there's someone who's getting into a fight with me because I left a comment on somebody's MHA short where they're giving all of the kids disabilities, like Shoto has autism because he doesn't understand sarcasm. And I made a comment. Yeah, I made a comment about how it's kind of disgusting that he's making a joke short giving all of these kids disabilities because he's looking at very cursory things in the show in order to make his joke. And that can be very harmful. And this person is like, who gives a fuck? And it's like, well, clearly I do, and clearly 8 other people have because they've upped my comment.
Yeah,
and it can be harmful.
It can be, and honestly, I feel like you could do that with the members of 1A, but like, actually, I don't know. look in, like, be a little more creative with it. Oh, he's a little socially awkward, so he must be autistic. It's
Autism.
like that's not how that works. Like, I'd
Yeah,
probably go
really,
for like
no.
PTSD if I go with anything for him.
Well, no, it
Yeah,
was
sure.
PTSD and autism.
Oh no,
And the
fuck
only-
yeah, fuck that combination. Just one,
Yeah,
please.
Yeah, no. It was PTSD specifically because he had been abused as a child, even though that we don't see that he suffers from PTSD ever at all. And also, even though that he doesn't experience any other symptoms of autism, he must have autism because he doesn't understand what sarcasm is, because he never experienced a normal social setting as a child,
Yeah,
which explains so much more.
I'm pretty sure they have terms for like childhood, like, arrested development. That's it. It's arrested
Yeah,
development.
that's what it is.
Which is probably the most accurate way to put it on him. And then there's, I gotta know what Mineta has. Almost certainly something like hypersexuality. Like that's like,
Yeah.
like there are syndromes.
What's
hypersexuality,
what's the male equivalent of nymphomania?
probably nymphomania.
I mean, I know, but I don't remember whether or not nymph is like a female specific word.
It does
not.
come from a feminine word. I think the syndrome apply. I mean, the same way that like, I mean, I guess Oedipus and Electra.
Would it be hymphone? Would it be hymphomania?
Himbo mania. Unfortunately, he didn't get that one.
Oh, Satyr-mania.
Interesting. Really?
Is that what it's called? Hold on. Let me look this up.
Now I'm interested in this. That's really actually.
I don't know why I'm typing. Male equivalent.
Well, I can just guess. Satyr.
Yeah. No. Yep. Satyromania. Yeah.
Oh, that is.
There we go.
That is a dope sounding fucking syndrome to have. Yeah,
known as satyriasis.
What do you have? Oh, I'm a satyr. No, I mean, what do you have? No, I'm a literal. Literally.
Are happening simultaneously. Great art is being produced, but not necessarily seen, along with a lot of the bad art that will be mocked and forgotten. Take a look at the highest grossing films of every year this decade so far. In 2021, 8 of the top 10 grossing films were derivative.
Fatal at Lake Changjin High Mom. What the fuck is High Mom?
Yeah, what
I
the
have no
fuck?
idea.
I have never heard of that shit. But okay.
It's Chinese.
Yeah, 8 of them were derivative.
Okay, so let's go over here. The ones that you're highlighting here, Chinese. So already you're out of the at least Western zeitgeist in terms of analyzing these things, because let's be clear, we're talking about at least the Western zeitgeist of films. Detective Chinatown 3, probably not that. Shang-Chi and the Legends of the Ten Rings did. Really?
Huh.
I guess that's actually pretty low for a Marvel film.
Yeah.
And this is all just 2021. Why the fuck? What? Okay. Sing 2. Oh.
Damn. I honestly forgot that was in 2021.
Yeah, so basically No Way Home. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
No Time to Die. That's not. F9. That's a joke series. That'll be remembered though. I mean, it'll be remembered as part of the series. Venom, that's a joke. Godzilla vs. Kong, that's probably a joke. I mean, like, it is a joke, but like people love it. Shang-Chi, it's one of the most forgotten Marvel films. Sing 2, no one remembers they even made it. So
parents probably put that movie in front of their kids for like an hour, and that was about it.
So of this list, 3 of them aren't even relevant in the Western sphere, as far as I am aware. One of them is really good, and it has serious problems. One of them killed the fucking franchise. One of them is just another installment in a long-running franchise. One of them is just a bad member of a franchise that is now dead. One of them is just a joke film for silly people because it's Godzilla versus Kong is just funny. One of them basically got forgotten, and another one people don't even knew existed. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about here, man.
Well, he's just saying, he's talking about whether or not they're derivative or not. And he's saying out of all of these, only those ones that he's crossed off are
original,
Original, yeah. All of these other ones are derivative in some way.
And what's wrong with derivative?
Well, he was saying that, like, because part of the he's basically circling back to the point that he made much earlier in the video, which is the
originality point.
Yeah. And how that has fed into the machine of, you know, how miserable people are feeling about the art they're consuming now. We can roll it back a little bit so we can have like a further perspective, though.
Is being produced, but not necessarily seen, along with a lot of the bad art that will be mocked and forgotten. Take a look at the highest grossing films of every year this decade so far. In 2021, 8 of the top 10 grossing films were derivative. In 2022, every single one of the top 10 grossing films were derivative. In 2023, 7 and arguably 8 of the top 10 grossing films were derivative. And in 2024, 9 of the top 10 grossing films so far were derivative.
The fuck is YOLO? Actually, I don't care.
Why? Risk aversion. The motive is money, not art.
And we've got to have money.
I was gonna say, the motive is money, and the problem is we used to have it where money and art coexisted pretty peaceably, and we're now in this term.
And then everything changed when the
Fire Nation
when
attacked.
the Nation attacked.
Oh, YOLO is a 2024 Chinese comedy drama film.
I was gonna say,
so again, another Chinese film.
Because China is just such a big money.
China.
Yeah.
But everything changed when Johnny Test attacked. and you just see no, instead of like the Fire Nation soldiers just throwing fire, they just take out whips.
If it hasn't been tried and tested, then it's more risky. What about video games? Well, the 2020s gave us Elden Ring, Cyberpunk 2077, Ghost of Tsushima, and continuations like Baldur's Gate 3, God of War Ragnarok, Doom Eternal, Final Fantasy 16.
Well, 16 is very mixed in regards to the fandom, and there have been some conflicting reports that it hasn't succeeded as much as Square had in mind for it.
Well,
so
I think he's still talking about derivative or not.
Okay.
And Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. In 2021, the top 10 grossing games were all derivative. In 2022, 9 of the top 10 games were derivative. In 2023...
Oh, I'm sorry. Elden Ring is fucking derivative, my man.
Yeah.
It might not be
really
a
is.
direct member. Like, it might not be technically a Souls game, but it's a fucking Souls game. We know what it is. Don't look, I just had to argue with a bunch of fucking people that are trying to say that Silent Hill F is a fucking Souls game, alright? Do not come to me and say that Elden Ring is not derivative of the Souls games.
Yeah, nah. Not even close.
The top 10 grossing games were all derivative. And in 2024...
You can't trick me with that
one.
one.
Games were also all derivative. So the news is both good and bad. The truth is that you live within an embarrassment of riches, so much so that you don't have enough time in your life to enjoy.
But, like, at the same time, what is wrong with derivative? It feels... I mean, I know he's probably not saying that derivative is bad, but it feels like he's saying derivative is bad. Am I the only one getting?
Well, no, because he's making the argument that people complain that nothing is original anymore, that things are bad because they're derivative, and thus they're not as good because they're very boring. And he is talking about how there is a wealth now of things that, while they are derivative, they're still good, but you just don't have the time or the money to buy them all anymore. And I would say, I would argue back that I don't think that anyone has ever had the time or the money to buy everything.
Yeah,
in terms of video
essentially.
games.
I
Yeah.
didn't need all the money in the world to watch all the great cartoons and movies that I enjoyed when I was a kid. I was still able to see them pretty goddamn frequently, provided the cable got paid for.
H.J. Fies, he said that he took it off. He said that it's arguably derivative. He gave it a point that it wasn't because it's technically a standalone. So it's like,
Yes.
whether or not it's derivative is questionable in how you measure that metric, and he acknowledged that. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
How's
anyway,
the video
yeah, I
been?
was
It's
saying-
been fine. He's actually made some pretty good points. We're just kind of on a weird tangent now with him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
most of it we agree with.
Yeah, we've had good discussion though. Like, I think the point of a successful Jack stream is whether or not we can have good discussion on what's being said in the video.
And like right now,
Yeah,
even things
and-
we disagree with him on, I think it's very interesting how we're talking about all of these, because if people aren't having a problem with derivative nature, we're having a problem with poor game
Like
design.
it kind of
Well,
Yeah,
like there have been people complaining about derivative stuff in work. Like especially when it comes to movies in Hollywood, people have been complaining for years that that things are derivative. So I think that that's where that argument is coming from.
which is understandable, but you know, it all comes back down to the execution. And you know, whether or not you think these same people that have been complaining about this and that would say the same thing if, say, for example, the Star Wars sequel trilogy was like the better than the OT in terms of
discussion
quality.
so far has ranged from obscure cartoons to cream-filled danishes. Accurate.
Oh, don't forget the racist cards, guys.
Oh yeah, don't
That was
forget
pretty
we have
important.
the racist cards. I collected my Italian card not just too long ago.
Yeah, and I collected my China card not too long ago as well.
Yeah.
Enjoy
don't know what
all
cards
the
I
great
have.
art that is being produced now. But to find it, you have to sift through an endless ocean of either bad or derivative art. There are very many good movies and games that have been produced recently that you probably haven't heard of because they did not become very popular, because popular doesn't necessarily mean good or bad. But the people who do
That's
see
true.
them and play them will remember them and will remember that they came from the 2020s.
Among Us.
Well, yes, but they won't say. Goddamn.
Well, Among Us is actually a pretty well built game. Like it's a good.
Yeah,
game.
it is.
Among Us. Oh God, there's a lot of indie games I'm trying to think of. I know one that's really making a splash right now. There was Vampire Survivor. There's Megabonk that's becoming very popular.
Yep, Megabox been really big.
There
Peak
has
is-
been pretty popular recently.
Yes.
Um,
Ultra Kill. I mean, granted, that didn't come out like this year, but it did come out in like the past couple
Inscription,
years, and it's still
Buckshot
getting
Roulette.
really, really good.
I'm
Yep.
trying to just go down my Steam library.
The Hades games, although
Hades games,
I
yeah.
don't know. Yeah. Let me see.
Fear and Hunger is becoming really more popular now.
I still need to get into that game.
Signalis.
Signalis, yep, absolutely.
And
Hyperlife Drifter.
But these things are all Power World, huge. Although you
Yep.
want to say it's derivative. Lethal
I
Company,
guess.
and Repo, which are one is derivative of the other, but still makes sense. It's like I'm going down this list, and it's like
Also, Deltarune.
Deltarune, although that'd be derivative of Undertale.
Undertale.
You got,
But technically, Deltarune was what was being made. What Toby Fox was trying to make first before
People
Undertale.
are
I mean-
complaining about things being derivative, but derivative things sell best. Did I miss something? I'm confused what point he's making
No.
here, honestly.
No. I think his point is that he's trying to basically say that the truth is somewhere in the middle in regards to like, oh, whether or not, modern media is bad or whatever.
Yeah.
And that a lot of the reason why people are having these sorts of reactions has to do with the fact that more bad art is being made, and much of it just so happened to be derivative.
Yeah, I think part of his argument has to do with recency bias and how a lot of people don't realize that things that are in the past were also bad, but the only reason why people are complaining right now is because they're looking at everything, both the good and the bad, and they don't remember that back in the past there was also just as much good and bad. Which we've argued and disagreed with him on that sense of like how there is much more, just more in general, as well as things that would stop slop from happening, like the Nintendo seal of approval and stuff like that.
Yep.
We've been glitching out. Interesting. Okay. I cannot wait till I have almost all the parts for my new computer. I cannot wait to build it.
Oh shit.
Oh, that thing's gonna be a beast.
I can't wait.
And some of those more popular games and movies are indeed quite good, and they will be remembered by far more people. But notice how many of those are sequels, remakes, reboots, or remasters. That is the effect of our financial incentive structure, combined with the extreme wealth inequality of our society. They can be good, sure, but they're also going to be homogenous. And by the time you die, there will be 1,000 different versions of Spider-Man, which for me is like a form of hell.
Much like that time he made the deal with the devil.
I feel like this man in Zero might have some words.
Yeah. Well, no, I think Zero also hates all of the different versions of Spider-Man out there. Like how many times that we're making Spider-Man movies that are just the same thing over and over and over again. He wants something different.
You're building a computer. Yeah, I decided, fuck it. I am behind. I was running Silent Hill F on such low settings. I was like, I'm like, God. It made me realize, man, I've only got like 2 or 3 years before everything is out of date and Windows 10 is ending. I might as well just build a whole new rig and install fresh Windows 11. So,
yeah, whenever I get my own place as well, I'm going to have to do some stuff with my computer because my computer isn't as updated. My old PC isn't as updated as Raymond's.
Yeah. And also, I watched you glitched out. Interesting. That was weird. I don't know. I think that's on Streamlabs this time around. I'm not sure why that's happening.
Yeah, because nothing weird's happening on my end from where I'm hearing you guys. So,
but yeah, to the point of this, where was it? I had a point and I lost it.
No.
We'll just keep on going. I'm tired. Oh, Crimson Rose. More new IPs could equal forgetting old ones. That too. Like they could be good, but they'll be homogenous. I know. I mean, like we already see it with Silent Hill. Going back to that well of conversation, people bitching about how it's not enough like the old games, even though it is. It's just people are stupid. Resident Evil, people complaining it's not like the old games, and that's true. That's a thing. They're not like the old games. People want homogenous, but also different.
But in the other direction,
we're constantly trapped between innovation and stagnation. And honestly, I feel like we're kind of in a good place in that the developers are, at least in gaming worlds, are being pushed to change things. There are ones
I was
that are
about
being
to
pushed
say,
not to,
I
though.
think, I think relatively speaking, especially in terms of like which medium has been producing more good products, like per capita each significant year for like the past 5 years, I am willing to bet my balls that there have been better high profile AAA video games than there have been good high profile movies made by like
I would agree.
big name studios.
Even things like the Assassin's Creed franchise, the games are technically good
In fact,
many ways.
And there's also the fact that, you know, the gaming industry has done a much better job at promoting indie projects than in the movie industry. There's also that.
I think one of the benefits of that is that the video game industry is younger. And there has always been this element of indie stuff. And like it's a lot less established due to how young it is in comparison to much older media like books or film.
It's also because of the nature of it. It's so much more open to exploration. Like, you could be crazy and create an entire game like Super Bonk or Vampire Survivors where you don't even lift a fucking finger. All you do is move your character around, and when upgrade perks appear, you choose the upgrade perks. Everything else about the game is completely automated, and you just have to...
Hey guys, play this game called Spell Disc. It's really good. It's kind of like that.
And someone pointed out that Doom was in limbo. And Doom, aside from re-releases, was dead from 2005 until 2016. It was dead for 11 years. And then Doom 2016 came out. And it was phenomenal. It completely reinvigorated the series. And Doom Eternal did something completely new with the way it handled its combat. And a lot of people were both mixed on that. I actually really love Doom Eternal, but I understand people were against it.
Right.
So it's like...
And then there's Doom Dark Reign, which people are also a little mixed about.
Dark Ages.
Dark Ages, my bad.
Dark Reign is actually Blood Rain. That was what I was thinking of. Anyway.
That result is not because of any one particular generation or because human beings suddenly lost their ability to be creative or because of some boogeyman concern like wokeness or postmodernism. Here's what it really is. It's just the end result of the incentive structure enthusiastically supported by the very people who complain the most about its result. Consumerism. That's it. And incidentally, that's also why the problem will persist. If you keep changing your car's windshield washer fluid because you think it'll fix the transmission and nobody can convince you otherwise, and all the people you listen to are being paid to tell you that it's the windshield washer fluid, well then your car's transmission will never be fixed. What's sad to me...
I mean, I
agree and disagree.
Yeah, it's sort of, because like people like things that are new if done well. We talked about Arcane. I mean, granted, Arcane is derivative, but let's be completely fucking honest. Not only were a majority of people who watched it never played or even heard of League of Legends before, we have actual League of Legends players or former players saying that this is the best it gets and don't even touch the rest of it. That's how good it was.
So Knight says, reminder, social media didn't exist back then. True.
Yes. But like also then there's other things that were really good for its time that wasn't directly derivative of something else, like Symbiotic Titan. People love the shit out of that thing, even though it's not directly derivative, which is why people were fucking mad when that shit got canceled because it didn't make freaking toy sales. And then there's things that actually succeed and are currently flourishing, like Blue Eye Samurai.
I don't disagree that consumerism has a major role to play because you vote with your wallet. You actively make the choice to purchase things and support them. However, we can't ignore corporate culture. We can't ignore creative biases. We can't ignore basically any facet of our society that has influence on these different things. And we cannot ignore the laziness of the creators that are creating bad content or the ineptitude. Like not to be, insulting. Like, people just sometimes don't get what their vision is in their head on the screen.
Pretty much. I mean, like, fact of the matter is, like, all of this would not have been happening if the consumers are going to consume and they're going to do whatever. But the media companies and these publishers and these designers are the ones who made the active choice to take advantage of that and not push it in the right direction.
Yeah.
That's the fucking difference. They have all the money, the power, and the control to make things better, and they chose fucking not to, even when everybody has been banging on their door to fucking change it. Not necessarily
Spyro's
change
been
it
dead.
back.
Oh my god, yeah,
but to
Spyro got a
change it.
remaster and never came back.
Yeah.
They killed
Pretty much.
They killed games for Bob. Like
Yes.
that's a capital crime by my measure. Holy shit.
Yeah. There's so many problems in regards to these corporations, and I understand that us and Dark Matter are both in agreement that these corpos are the fucking problem. But I don't think he is putting as much blame on them as he probably should, given just the facts of the matter.
You guys liked Skylanders? The fuck?
I thought
what?
that
What? I never touched it.
It looked boring as hell to me.
Skylanders to me was kind of that game franchise that was very corporate and very we're forcing this to be popular so that we can make a lot of money.
Yeah, I was about to say, I saw it like pretty much everywhere, and I felt so annoyed by it and just the look of it that I just never touched.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's just a me thing. It just didn't seem for me.
Is that there are millions of great stories out there that will remain undiscovered or untold simply because none of the people with power will take a chance on them. And what gets seen now is largely determined by what people with power enable you to see.
Yes.
And the people with power did not necessarily gain their power through any sort of actual meritocracy. Our world rewards greed, and that is what has a real effect on art. It's not...
No, okay. Fucking hell. All right, so EA did not succeed on the merits of its early games. How did these companies become such monumental titans? They produced quality product that people liked, and they also knew how to market it. Marketing is something
the problem
that needs
is
to go
nowadays.
in this.
Yeah, the problem is just that nowadays they just, again, as we kept saying, these people have gotten lazy. They gotten sloppy.
Yeah, they've been caught tripping.
Yeah.
We got more 10 gifted memberships.
Yes, I was about to call it out.
Yeah.
Mystery Geo. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast. I hope you enjoy all of our unique emotes that you can now use.
Yay.
Hell yeah.
Greed happens later in the process. Yeah, greed is just human greed is a constant. It's a thing you can't get rid. There's a reason why it's one of the core deadly sins in not just Christianity, but every major religion has a bunch of shit about being greedy fucks. Humans can be greedy, and it's always going to be I don't know. It feels like, I don't know. It feels weird to be attacking that directly at this point.
Yeah, especially since, like we said before, companies did not. Even if we want to go the route of companies are super greedy and whatever, you could okay. These same people and these same corpos could make the best product that they possibly could and gain more money. That's the big issue. They could be making even more freaking money right now if they were doing things the right way.
Yeah.
That is the frustrating part about this. And they choose not to.
We've had a couple of really big gaming flops in the last couple of years. Huge gaming flops.
Yes. So bad. And a lot of that, again, as Raymond said, kind of comes down to marketing.
Mm-hmm.
But it also just comes down to just not giving the right tools to the right people for the right job.
I was gonna say, everyone remember fucking Anthem? Hello.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's one of the examples that I
Anthem
was thinking of.
Concord.
Concord? Jesus Christ, Concord. God, that crash
Freaking
and burn hard.
Dustborn.
Yeah, those were the examples that I was thinking about of the big major flops that we've had recently.
Redfall?
Yeah. What the fuck was Redfall?
Oh, I think that was Arcane that was made to develop it, Arcane Studios, and it was like a vampire game set in the World of Darkness world. So I guess technically it's derivative, but it was supposed to be like a co-op shooter type thing, like
Oh
asymmetrical.
wait, no, I heard about this. I watched freaking Moist Critical's video talking about this trash is $70.
Hi-Fi
Holy
Rush, remember what
shit.
happened to the studio after the success of the game? Yup.
Yep, that was dog shit. That is a fucking crime, dog.
I don't even know
They
why
were
they
that
did that. That was a
studio-
huge hit.
Yes,
Well,
dog. Oh god.
okay, what happened with that?
Okay, so what happened was that they made Hi-Fi Rush. They released it.
It was
Everyone
a smash
liked it, and
surprise
it was a smash. Yes, it was a sleeper hit, 110%. It sold really well, and then for some reason, Microsoft just shut down the company that made the studio that made it.
Oh,
No explanation. Like, no one knows why that fucking happened.
okay.
Yeah.
Because like I know that Neverland shut down as a company, even though that Rune Factory 4 was incredibly successful, but it wasn't. It was one of the most successful of the Rune Factory games to that date,
Lord.
but it still wasn't enough to save the company from bankruptcy.
Remember Forspoken? Oh, God.
Fuck me, dog.
I just did that with my mind.
With my mind.
My fucking mind.
Fucking mind.
God.
I just did that with my fucking mind, dude. Honestly, that would be
wokes.
funny if they were.
It's not the postmodernists. It's greed. That's the world you live in. A world shaped by self-interested, powerful people, unqualified to shape it. The rest of your life will be a series of attempts to either make.
Let us be very clear. You don't have to be powerful to be fundamentally focused on this element. Good example.
Yeah.
Yandere Dev.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh
Holy
yeah.
shit. Yep.
He gained a lot of popularity and then fell right off a goddamn cliff when he turned out to be a piece of shit. So,
Yep. That guy was a fucking maverick. Yep.
I mean, it still is. I think he's still going, but I don't know what.
Yeah.
He's like underground now.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
most
crawled into a
people
hole.
yeah, most people don't really pay attention to him anymore because after like 10 years of working on this game and I think only having 2 rivals out now cuz he finally did release Osana after what 7-8 years of people asking for Osana, he finally released her. And then after that, I think that was the beginning of the end because he released Osana and then people realized that it wasn't as fun because he made it so restrictive and the fun part of the game was just being creative with how people wanted to kill these girls.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And like I'm pretty sure like rival concepts have started popping up. I think you have like off-brand Yandere Sims now. That are,
There had
way
been
better.
There had been some of them did die off and some of them got sued by him, I think, for like a cease and desist.
Curse Knight says, you know what I miss? Metal Gear Online. Love that game. And do you know what I hate? The fact that Last of Us Factions 2 was canceled. I mean, is Metal Gear Online, was that what was paired with Metal Gear Solid 5? Because the gameplay of Metal Gear Solid 5 was phenomenal. And I can understand someone really being sad that the game got shut down.
Right.
From what I've seen, he's basically making the entire Aishi family tree instead of making more of the damned rivals.
Yeah. Which is really, 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 really dumb. Like, why the fuck are you giving this game so much unnecessary lore?
Oh, another game that came out in recent times, Papers, Please. That's,
yeah, I heard about
that
that
struck
one.
upon an entire genre.
Yeah.
Mitigate
Kaiser's hitting the
or
nail
grow a
on the
custom-
head. Oh, sorry.
you
Kaiser's hitting the nail on the head with my biggest issue with Pokemon. They make millions and do so little in terms of graphics, gameplay, and overall innovation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Twy will go off on you about that.
Yes. Yes. That is one of the big reasons why I have not played or I've not bought a Pokemon game since Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. And even then, when I bought those games and I didn't even play them. And
Yeah.
that's the reason why I stopped buying them, because I'm like, I'm so tired of buying these games every other year and practically
it's the
playing
same shit
thing
over and over
Yeah.
again.
Also,
Yeah.
ZA looks bad, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's the first time they've really innovated because now they have Power World to contend with.
Yeah.
Even though they're
Well, that's
suing them
not-
actively.
That's not necessarily true. That like they had their own version of an open world concept. It was a spin-off game. What was it called? It's blinking.
Legends Arceus?
Yeah, Arceus.
Well, that
Yeah.
That
ZA,
one-
ZA is also like Legends. It's in the same subset.
Well, yeah. But I'm saying that they made that prior to Pal World. So like they were still trying to do something with it, but it wasn't really enough for me to really get into Pokemon again, especially when the mainline games weren't doing all that much. ZA, I don't think ZA is a mainline, isn't it? So they might
it's
be
Legends.
starting-
It's also Legends.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're not really doing that much with the mainline games still. So it sucks because Pokemon at this point really needs its own Breath of the Wild.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Power World was announced and revealed in June 5th, 2021, and Pokemon Legends was, I want to say, I'm trying to find these dates, make sure we have. Arceus was first revealed in February 2021. So you're right, but like, and they came out and they saw that Power World was doing better than Arceus did. I think.
I doubt that, Raymond. I think that that's a bit of tinfoil hatism. To be honest with you,
It might be. I don't deny that, but the fact that Nintendo is now suing them to try and like shut them down.
that doesn't mean anything in terms of like, oh, well, they're in competition with them, so they want to shut down the competition, and then they're going to do their own version of Pal World.
They have done that before, though. We have precedent.
I still think that is very tinfoil hattish, and I think that that's a bit of cope.
Because Metroid
On a lot of people's part.
I think they should bring.
I was gonna say another Metroid 2 remake was shut down hard by Nintendo, like months before they announced Samus Returns. And that because they are basically both remaking Metroid 2. It's like, oh, that's really sus timing on that now, isn't it?
I want them to bring back
again,
Custom Robo.
We don't know. We don't know. We're also looking at this as outsiders, and we do know that games are in development far longer than when they're announced.
Oh,
and
true.
I think that it is one of those things that people get wrong about these games. And we saw that with Kingdom Hearts. Like, Kingdom Hearts 3 has been in development for like 13 years or almost 20 years ever since Kingdom Hearts 2. It's like, no, you idiots. Kingdom Hearts 3 has not been in development since the end of Kingdom Hearts 2. What the fuck are you smoking?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like we had several games in between those two.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 3 didn't start development until after Birth by Sleep and Recoded ended. That was when it happened, and that was 2009. So it started development in 2010, and then it didn't get announced until 2013, but it shouldn't have been announced in 2013. They should have held back the announcement until like 2014 or 2015. And we know that because of all of the development problems that were being done with it. So
Yep.
we effectively got the full development process for a video game like that, which is about 6 or 7 years. But people don't see that because games are usually already halfway finished development by the time they're announced.
Yep.
Huh.
I was gonna say Metroid Prime 4 is suffering the same thing right now. At least Metroid Prime 4, they had the courtesy to come out and say, "Hey guys, the game what we cooked up was not meeting expectations. We are moving studios back to retro, and we are starting from scratch." And everyone was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
Like that was actually one
Yeah.
of the most Chad things for Nintendo to do ever. It's like, "Oh yeah, no, we fucked up.
Yeah.
We're going to
Wow.
start again." It's like, thank you for telling
Yeah,
us.
it is kind of the same thing with Digimon and with, unfortunately, what happened with Kingdom Hearts and the
Hmm.
Missing Link. Well, I think Missing Link was also a byproduct of the new CEO or the new head of the company saying, "I don't want to go into mobile games," and saying that all mobile games that are in development are going to be canceled. So it was so it was a combination of, we're struggling to make this game work as a viable long-term game that people are going to enjoy, and also our new head doesn't like mobile games and wants quality over quantity, which unfortunately Missing Link was sort of, because it wasn't meeting the quality expectations, it kind of got lumped in with the quantity.
Pete,
Hmm.
I will at least say, at the very least, Prime 4 is coming out on Switch. It'll just be a lesser. I mean, honestly, what I'm planning on doing, I think a lot of people are just buying the original Switch version because it's cheaper, and like paying the difference of $10 or whatever to download the upgrade for Switch 2. There's like there's a
Yeah.
It's coming out on Switch 1. Yeah, it's coming out on Switch 1. They announced that.
Also,
Curse Knight says,
yeah, James, sorry, one sec. James, that was the example that I was going to say. I just got too into Kingdom Hearts, but Digimon Survive took a very long time because it was kind of in development hell, because they wanted to make the game a quality product.
Yep.
Curse Knight says MGO peaked in MGS4, MGO 3 in 5 wasn't as good. Oh, I don't know anything about. I never played online in any of those games. So, Sora Heart, some might agree, but I think Gen 5 Pokemon was the last really good games. There's
Yes.
a lot of hotly debated issues on
More
that.
than
but
likely,
yes,
yeah.
more than likely. I mean, I didn't like it as a kid because I couldn't have my favorites, but there had the interesting idea of, let's not introduce any of the legacy mon until after you've beaten the first round of the game. Like, that's a really good idea.
Yep.
I would say that definitely X and Y was the transition period into bad Pokemon, because it was
Yeah.
still good enough, but it wasn't as good as 5.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I was
Yeah,
gonna say
it-
X and Y got me back into the franchise, but then I immediately clocked back out.
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially. That was kind of the case with me, too.
And the only reason I own Sword and Shield is because I found in a bargain bin somewhere, literally it with the complete DLC marked down 90%. It was probably one of the greatest value purchases I could have ever made, because it was like $15. And I was just there with my mom, and like I was like, "Hey, do you mind picking this up?" Like, and she was like, "Yeah, no, throw it in." So we just bought it with a bunch of, like, she just got it for me. It was great.
And I only have
Nice.
Pokemon Scarlet because my friend bought it for me because she enjoys the game and she wanted to have friends to play with. She doesn't like the game proper. She likes all of the extra stuff that you can do with it, like taking pictures of her Pokemon.
Yeah, I was fucking shocked, especially after I learned how much Nintendo is really. I never realized how stingy they are with sales. I guess Meyer that day was just like, yeah, no, we're gonna just mark down a bunch of her old Nintendo Switch games, and they just threw them all in a big pile. I was like, fuck yeah, I'll buy that. I don't think the game is all that great ultimately. I think there's a lot of hand-holding and railroading going on, but I don't know. It's fine. It's good to have, I guess.
Yeah.
Is what it is. Speaking of that,
Yeah, let's
Comes
finish.
to the deleterious effects they inflict upon you.
Oh shit, we
Oh.
were right there. Okay.
yeah, we were that close and we just started yapping. Well, that's the video, guys.
Yeah. There
I
was
think
there was
there
plenty
was
to
a
agree with
lot
there.
more. There was a lot more to chew on here than I expected, and I think in terms of that, I think this video did succeed there.
Yeah, well, I disagree with a lot of his ultimate hypothesis. I don't think he's completely off base. I think he definitely hits on one or two of the major reasons that there are issues with bad media these days. And I think overall he had some pretty solid reasoning. It's just I think off base. It was basically kind of what I expected to see of this kind of video, which I'm happy to say.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah. And it's a nice buffer after Synthetic Man to have a positive video.
Yeah.
yeah. Not only positive, but but a video that comes off more like, oh my god, someone actually put meaningful thought and care into their points, and you have to
Mhm,
actually
mhm.
argue against them like intelligently without screaming at them.
Yeah.
It's great.
And, we got a few great memes along the way. In fairness, almost anything
We
is
did.
better than say. Yeah, I was going to say, like, at the beginning of the stream, the way I analogied it was Synthetic Man is a tripping hazard. This is a 6-foot fucking clearance.
Yeah.
Dude, if Lily
I mean,
Orchard were
listen,
abandoned to the other wing. Yeah, I was going to say, we've already, I think we speculated last time, we put them both in a room at some point and just saw what
Oh yeah, we did.
what horrible spawn would be produced from that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Speaking of
Obviously,
Lily, it's been a
Synthetic
while
Man will
since
be
we
the one to
bullied
carry
her.
the babies, for the record.
Oh my god.
Yep.
I mean, that
Definitely.
is if Lily oh my god, I can't say that. I can't say that. I can't say that. You know what? I'm not gonna say it.
I
I'm
was
not
going to
gonna
say,
it. I'm
well,
not
what
gonna
you
put that out
can
there.
say is if you have anything you want to announce or discuss, it's as we kind of wrap up.
No, still working on the big video about H Bomber Guy versus Ruby. Haven't had the chance to
Oh.
do that, but because school and stuff and just my semester keeping me busy. But things are a little light this week, so I should be able to get to video editing pretty soon, hopefully.
I was supposed to stream on Sunday or Monday, but instead I just slept for like 2 days after making that long ass video.
She needed it. She slept through
Yeah.
anime night. It was great.
Yeah, well, I slept through an hour of anime night.
Lord.
But yeah.
Yeah, low bar jumped over and high bar grabbed. We actually, that's
Woo!
yeah, it was great.
Very much.
Good time here. Do you have anything to announce besides the video, or do you want to actually point people to the video?
Oh yeah. So my client is called Maddie K Reads, and she is a book vlogger, and she does a lot of reviews on books that she reads on her channel. And recently I have become her video editor, and I finished a 3.5 hour long video for her. It was 6 hours, like almost 7 hours in total that I cut down, and it took a very long time. So I would appreciate it if you guys go watch it, because I made some nice little jokes and some visual gags and stuff like that, and I hope that it's more entertaining.
We need to do a Lily Bully stream. There's a lot of Bully streams we need to do, but we haven't had a good reason to bring up Lily yet. We could go back to that well.
There's
maybe
yeah,
for
I
the
was about to
100th
say.
anniversary. The 100th
Maybe.
video. We could do that. 100th anniversary. We're gonna be here. I'm gonna be
100th
fucking 100.
100 years, Team Jacked.
Yeah.
Woo!
But I was gonna say, no bad fan fiction night this Friday. I'm taking a bit of a rest. We'll see about next week as well, but I'll be probably assembling my new rig in the next week or so. Hopefully everything goes smoothly with that. And I don't know how long it's going to take for me to get everything up and running with it. You gotta pick a special video for the 100th episode. Yeah, we do gotta pick a special video for that. But let's
Very
see.
special video.
Fixing Ruby, still planned on Friday. Should be on schedule for episode 14. That should be good. Mahar Voln, another installment of that should be this Saturday if no things crop up. So look forward to that. That'll be fun. Our heroes just made basically base camp and will be going out adventuring. We love to see you guys there. We have a lot of fun. And in fact, Critter just made, I think she made a video for I think it's munching with Moss is what she landed on. I'm not sure. Pathway, we need a team name. Oh, you guys should totally come up with a team name and like a logo and such. But I was gonna say, Sam Sketchy Stories made the Team Jack subreddit, so please check that out. It's really cool. It's not technically official. I have no control or power there, so I can't like relegate any of it. Not responsible for anything you guys post there, but it so far seems fine. And finally, I've seen a rough cut of the Batwoman episode 1 reaction, and it's looking good.
Ooh.
Gave hopefully final comments to Zelkami, and I think we'll have it by the end of next week. We'll see. I'll have to see where everything goes with that. He's been a bit busy. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you all had a wonderful time, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.